Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
We're going to rise and face the east. No. You said Shamu. Anuhu. Shadala Hendo, Golea, Waltenu, Abiyama, Abiyaka, Abiyako, Atakados, Veshinekados, Badu, Shimeka, with Shamu Lubane, Israel, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, Lidoro, Tam, Mediola, Beni, Bene, Israel, Otiola, Kisha Sheka, Misa, El Shaddai, Wed Shamai, Haaretz, Bayuma, Shabbat, Bayinavash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Abishmateka, El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Yumno, Lolam Wahe, Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto, Lolam Wahe, Baruch Kabod Lohim Lim Kumo, Lek El Yom, Hallelujah, Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity. Just and right is he, giving due respect and honor to a head of Israel, chief of the Azar, to the chief princes, brothers and sisters, and say unto the top of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
We're back at it again, another Shabbat day, which comes every week. Every week. And when it says that God rested on that day, it doesn't really mean rest, which the word is in Hebrew means yanak. Means to desist or to stop work, to cease from work. So in return, we learn the honoring and the respect of this, how to respect and honor God's Sabbath day by reading the book. This book that God has preserved for us is the only way we will be able to discern between knowing how to keep the day holy and knowing what not to do on this day to profane it. Because this day is a holy day, which means set aside. It was set aside. God set aside this day. He set aside this day and gave honor to this day by setting it aside from the 6 working days. From the 6 working days. And there's rules on how to observe this day. This day is not the same as the first day, the second day, the third day. It's not the same as the days of the week. So we got to honor and respect this day according to the way God has prescribed for us to honor. We cannot honor the day the way we think or how we feel. We can honor the day. We have to go by exactly what it says in this book. The things that we read in this book, we use it, we read it, and understand it, and follow according to these words that we read in this book. Because it's the only way. We don't have a prophet. There's no prophets here so that we can go inquire of God. There's no prophets here. There's no priest here so that we can go inquire of God. Why? Because we was despicable before the Creator. Our ways stunk before God. And our ways still stink before God because we refuse to hearken and fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes that God gave to us on the grounds of Mount Sinai. When the people met God that day, when the people saw that mountain skipping, when the people saw that mountain on fire, when the people saw that, The reason why God appeared on that mountain was to instill fear in the people. That's why God did that. Was to instill fear in the people so that these people would follow God and believe God. They will recognize, but they didn't recognize God. Right after that, the people murmured, the people blasphemed, the people made a golden calf and started worshiping it, talking about let's make a captain and go back to Egypt. They did all that because it was a lot of disbelief in the Creator. We have to think. We have to think and be circumspect on one's life. Be circumspect and think on your own life, and be circumspect and think. Able to realize when God is in the situation. Be able to learn from one person's mistake and not repeat it. Okay? And this is why certain things God allow you to behold with your eyes. God allow you to witness with your eyes so that you can see what that person or what took place and apply it to yourself so that you don't repeat the same action. But only a person that has a conscience will realize that. You look at a person, you see what the person did and what took place. So now you tell yourself, I cannot repeat the same thing over. Because it may not happen the same way it happened to that person. God was lenient on that person. He may not be so lenient on me because we are not on the same level with God. This person is granted mercy, but I may not be granted as much mercy and pity as that man did. You know why? Because there's levels in righteousness. And this guy or this person and how this person lived his life and the sacrifices that he put himself through, sacrifice himself for the laws and the commandments of God. God has a keen and sharp eye to people that do these things, that do certain things. So he's granted that mercy and pity. You may not be granted that. Because you didn't put yourself through the trials. You didn't sign that covenant with God. You didn't sacrifice yourself for God. You didn't go into covenant with the Creator. You didn't do the things that this man did. So God deal with people differently. He don't deal with everybody the same. Because we all on different levels with God. What you do, this guy may not do. This guy would do, this one may not do. So we all on different levels. Yeah. But he deals with us according to the works of our own hands. There is a standard. There is a standard, a criteria that God set up.
It's already set up.
There was a standard and a criteria that the Creator, that the Most High God had set up. The standards and the criteria that God has set up is in the book. If we do not follow these standards and the criteria that God has set up, you are on your way to destruction. There's a criteria and a standard that God set up for man to follow. There's a criteria and a standard that God set up for a woman to follow. That's why when you read in Isaiah, he said, follow Abraham. Amen. That's the example right there. Abraham, God gave us for an example. So if God gave us an example to follow, then you read about Abraham. Learn about Abraham. Learn the man's lifestyle and how he walked with God, and you pattern your lifestyle after Abraham. There is a pattern in the lifestyle that's in God. No, God didn't use no woman for an example but one. Sarah. He said, look to Sarah, the woman that bore you. Use her for an example. Read about these righteous and pious women in the book and follow it. Then and only then we will begin to acquire the attention of the Creator. Then and only then we will begin to acquire the attention of God. There is no other way to acquire it or to get his attention. There's only one way to get God's attention, and that's following and adhering to these laws, commandments, and statutes. God set up a custom. God set up a tradition. God set up a practice. He set up a dress wear. He set up a diet. He set up a manner. He set up a behavior. All these things God has set up for man to follow. And we must begin to follow it or else. It's either or. Either you follow it or you die. The brother said before it's too late. Before it's too late. I read in one part of the book, he said, give glory to God before he calls it darkness. Don't wait until the anger of God glows against you to start giving glory to the Creator. Don't wait till the anger of God glow against you to start pushing up on his laws. Because sometimes it may be too late, because sometimes at some point in time in life, we done scratched and excelled in wickedness. We done scratched and excelled and hit the surface of wickedness, and now God done hedged up the way to where you can't find your way back. God done hedged up the way to where you cannot find your way back. That's because you went too far. You've gone too far. So now you can't find your way back. Don't make yourself get into that position with the Creator. Start acknowledging your ways. Start acknowledging your ways. Is it compatible to God's ways? Is my ways compatible to God's ways? Are your ways compatible to the ways of God? And the only way we're going to learn the ways of God is by reading. This is very, 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 very important that we read. And sometimes there's going to come a time where you don't feel like reading. It's going to come a time when you don't feel like reading because your spirit is shunning and pushing away the things that God gave us naturally. You want to get your spirit accustomed and to a point where it yearns and desires the righteousness and the holiness of God. Not to yearn the things that is incompatible or not with God, not holy, not righteousness. You don't want your spirit. And in order for your spirit to desire these holy and righteous ways and thoughts, guess what? Kima I say him. Ki ma I say. Ki means like. Like ma I say, their doings, their practices, their traditions, their celebrations. Now, why I went there? Because the word practice means your practices becomes habitual. Anything you practice becomes a habit. Anything you practice becomes a habit. And when it becomes a habit, it becomes a part of you. So we have been practicing the ways and the customs of the heathens for a very long time. So long that it has been a part of you. It is a part of you to observe birthdays because it's the natural thing. Do we read where any of our forefathers ever acknowledged our birthdays? Did we read where we had parades, observe anything that was of the heathens? So yes, you want to go out on the Labor Day and see naked woman, but you gotta rule your spirit and refrain. That's all it is. That's all it is. You want to go out there so your head could be turning back and forth, but you gotta rule your spirit. You got to rule your spirit and not give your spirit what it wants. Your spirit doesn't desire righteousness. Your spirit doesn't desire holiness. The only way, the beginning of your spirit to desire the things that is holy and righteous by God is to practice in his ways. You practice by doing it over and over and over, repetitively. You do something repeatedly, it becomes a part of you. Now it's a custom to you. Now it's your custom. And Jeremiah said, he said, can a person that is accustomed to do evil, to do good, a person that is accustomed to doing evil, can he do good? No. No, because I done made my spirit accustomed to doing certain things. So now we gotta reprogram ourselves. Now we gotta break our spirit and cause it to lean towards the things that is holy and righteous by God. I gotta break my spirit. You can't break my spirit. You, each and every one of us, gotta break our own spirit to lean towards the things that is holy and righteous by God, or what? Or die. Or die in your sin. And by God, you don't want to die in your sin. You do not want to die in your sin. People say, oh, when you die, that's it. When you die, that's it. Oh, it's over. That's it. No, you. But I done heard things from people that went deep into comatose. I done heard things that people said and experienced with their eyes, that they said that when you die, it's a different world.
It's not over.
It's a different world. I heard some people say that they was comatose, close to death, and they had people with ugly faces chasing them in the, you ever saw Tales of the Crypt? How it looked droomy, trees is drooping down, everything is dead, and you got spirits roaming the earth. The only reason why we don't see these spirits is because our eyes are closed. That's why. And God don't allow you to see these things. But when you die, it ain't going to be paradise for you. It ain't going to be a merry-go-round so you can ride around the merry-go-round, go around in circles. You know what the merry-go-round is? The merry-go-round is when you do something over and over, looking for a different result. Looking for a different result. I just keep doing. Can't you perceive that the things that I was doing was not right by God, and I need to start changing certain things, tweaking this over here, pulling this one out? You got to start to begin some type of changes so that we can be better with the Creator, so that we can be better with God. We are stubborn, we're stiff-necked, and we're unyielding. We won't yield. We won't yield. We won't yield to God. Okay? There was another brother, Ema just mentioned, it was a brother named AZ that slipped into a coma. And when he finally woke up, he woke up with tears in his eyes. Told my father, he said, man, people with ugly faces was chasing me. And while they was chasing me, they grabbed my leg. He said, look, Chief, I can't move it. You can't move it. No, I told you, he said, man, they got that leg. That's why you can't move it. Then he started back crying, went deeper into the coma, and died. But before he died, he said, if God get me out of this, I'm going to come to Shabbat. I'm going to do God's law. I'm going to commit myself to God. But why do we wait for something catastrophic to happen for you to turn towards God? I don't want to be that way. So now you have to use other people's experience and push yourself. Why do we wait for something catastrophic to push towards the Creator? Because when you wait for these catastrophic experiences or catastrophic things to happen, you may not survive. You may not survive. It's too late. You already reached the point. You already reached the point. Remember when God said, He said, leave. He said, don't bother with the Amorites. He said, that cup hasn't been fulfilled yet. It ain't filled up yet. So there's a certain time, there's a set time. God deal with time. There's a set time for you to turn towards God. When you don't turn towards God at that set time, the pity and the mercy is gone. There ain't no more pity and mercy. There isn't any more pity and mercy at a certain point. Okay? You have to make drastic changes. Like the king Manasseh. Where immediately, listen, we playing around with God, man. We playing around with God. And the reason why people cannot see it is because certain people is cut off. You're cut off. Some people has a destiny. Not everybody's destiny is the same. Because not everybody's destiny is to serve God. So my destiny is not the same as yours. And your destiny in life is not the same as mine. So God saw the destiny in the path and the route of a woman and hooked the woman up with a man that has the determination to serve God. But the other three women that I don't have, they don't have the determination that one had. So guess what? They done broke off. At a certain point in time, you gotta break off. And God does separations. Because you are determined to serve God, and I can't link you with a person that doesn't have that determination. That's not gonna submit. Okay? Now, let's go into the law. All right? Now, this is what's going to lead me towards my lesson. So we're going to go into Genesis 4. All right, let's go into Genesis 4. All right. Now, in order to get this determination to serve God, you have to have the will. You have to push. God is not going to just give you the determined spirit to serve him if you don't push for it. We got to push for it in order for God to give us that push towards his cause. We got to show interest in God before God shows any interest in you to give you that battery or that push. Remember this. Moses was in the wilderness, just running from Pharaoh, because he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand, and his own people gave him up. So Pharaoh sought him to put him to death. So when Moses ran, he's in the wilderness, in the field, out and about, and he looked and he saw a burning bush. And the burning bush was burning, but it wasn't being consumed. But it grabbed his attention. He became attentive. He said, let me see what this great sight is. The burning bush is on fire, but it ain't being burned. So when Moses went, when this thing grabbed his interest, God came to him and spoke to him. He said, where you standing is holy ground. Remove your shoes. Now, I say that to say this. God is only going to deal with a person that shows interest in God. In order for God to deal with you, I got to show there's a level of interest has to go up for God to deal with you. I got to show my interest in God. How do I show my interest in God? The person that reads every day. You got a man, and you got to rule your spirit and make yourself read because your spirit don't want it. A person that reads every day. A person that thinks or had thought on the name of God and bend his knee to give God his glory.
That's right.
That person thought about God. That person constantly thinks about God because he stays on his knees. Remember what God said? He said something about a person that thought on his name. Something about, I don't remember the whole verse, but God has a special eye for a person that thought or that think upon his name. And a man that thinks on the name of God bends constantly. Okay? That's a man that thinks on God constantly. And when you have God on your mind constantly, always thinking on God constantly, you're going to have the law in your mind constantly. There ain't going to be too much presumptuous iniquity this guy going to be doing. You ain't going to keep sinning presumptuously. You know why? Because you constantly have God on your mind. You constantly have God on your mind. Wondering and thinking about how God looks at you. Wondering and thinking about if God will accept me in this manner. What would God like if I do this? That's supposed to be a constant thought on our mind, a person or a people that is returning and going towards God. Read it for me. Malachi 3,
verse 16.
Verse 16.
Then they that fear the Lord.
Then they that fear God.
Spake often one to another.
Spake often one to another. Do we understand this? We commune with each other. I'm not going to waste my time like David said in Psalm 26. I'm going to speak to wicked and people that don't think. He said, I don't dwell. I ain't going to speak or mediate with the wicked. I'm not going to dwell, speak, or mediate or explain to the wicked. Psalm 26. So my conversation was directed to the ones that has the same mind like me, the ones that think like me, the ones that move like me, the ones that was towards God. He said, read that over.
Then they that fear the
Then
Lord
they that fear the Lord
spake often
one to another. Read.
and the Lord hearkened.
The Lord hearkened, the Lord heard it.
And heard it.
Uh-huh.
And a book of remembrance,
was written
before him.
Now, you know what the book of remembrance is? Do we really understand what the book of remembrance is? A book for you to be remembered by God. Your name in that book, and you can get your name out of that book. I can put my name in there, and I can get my name taken out of it. All by my actions and the things that I do that is against or for God. Tom, see?
And a book of remembrance
was written for him.
For them that feared the Lord.
That feared God. Wait a minute. For them that feared God, you are afraid. Fear don't come like this. You got to develop this fear. The fear of God has to be developed. And you're not going to develop the fear of God sinning presumptuously. We all sin. He said, there is no man. Solomon said that. He said, there is no man that sinneth not. That's what Prince Jeriel came to. He said, well, you know, ain't no man that sinneth not, bro. Nephew. I said, yeah, nephew, you right. I said, ain't no man that sinneth not. But you know what the key is? You know what the key is? Don't sin presumptuously.
That's
right.
Don't sin when you know of something to be wrong and still do it. So guess what? We need to be on that same mind frame. Don't sin presumptuously. And it ain't an easy job. That's the mind frame that I told myself I need to be on to be accepted of God. To be accepted of God. God done gave us a diet. Okay? Understand something. God gave us a diet, man. God gave us a diet. And when you read in Ezra, right? Stay where you at. When you read in Ezra, right? When you read in Ezra, I'm going to hit there and give you, was it Ezra or Daniel? Daniel. When you read in Daniel, right? Daniel chapter 1. You know what it says? You know what it says? Daniel chapter 1 towards the... Right, okay. Okay, right? Now, in Daniel chapter 1, verse... You know what? Just stay where you at, right? Stay where you at. I'm gonna go to Daniel chapter 1, verse 4, quick fast, for example. Show you a little example. It said, children whom was no blemish, and well favored, and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science. The word for science, we have to understand something. God don't deal with science. And when you want to learn something, you look the word up, and the word for science is mada. Understanding in knowledge. Understand in the thoughts or knowledge. Right? And such as had ability in them to stand, such as had ability to them and to stand in King's palace, in whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. Remember back in Nehemiah, where Nehemiah made a point. He said the children of Israel understood half in the language of Ashdod. That was something to be very recognized. They couldn't, some of the people couldn't speak. Some of the people couldn't speak in our own language. In our own language. It said the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat. Right? Now you're going to read it said what it says for the king's meat. Right? Hot bog. Bog is delicacy. Delicacy is what? Ready to eat food products. So I'm not going to force you. I'm going to put this infliction on myself. All the veggie burgers, that's delicacy. That's pot bog. That's bog. All right? You know what pot bog, when you put it together, is hors, they're going to laugh at me now, hors d'oeuvre. That's my pronunciation.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Or people say it's hors d'oeuvres. I call it hors d'oeuvre. It said any or various savory foods. Delicacy, ready to eat food products. Bog is delicacy. Right. So God gave us a diet, man. Right, food that's already cooked already, prepared already, in the stores. God gave us a diet. And through my experience in life, and through the experience of what I've seen with what others experience, has put these thoughts in my head for me to stay away from. I gotta stop eating certain things. Certain things I gotta cut out of my diet and make it more inclined to the diet of God. All that has to put in place. You know why? Because I experienced certain things with a man that was determined to serve God, and I seen the things, and I watched his path. I watched his path, man. And the man scratched a certain level of righteousness that I never reached, that no man has ever reached. So you gotta watch that man's path. Watch how he did it, and begin to put these same not afflictions, but these same set yourself with the same boundaries. Bound yourself and bind yourself with the same thing. Because we ain't scratched the surface yet. We're not even close. And if you don't scratch the surface before you die, don't allow God to block you. Because if God block you, I'm not saying it's hard not to come back, but you don't want God. It takes for heavy sacrifices. Heavy sacrifices, man. Some people God don't want back. Cry, bit. You're blocked, brother. That's it. He heads up the way to where you can't find your way back and cause you and move you towards sin. Go ahead. What you were saying? Read now. In that.
When the book of remembrance was written before him.
The book of remembrance was what?
Was written.
It was written
before him.
Before him.
For them that fear the Lord.
For them that fear God.
And that thought upon his name.
And that thought upon his name. So two ways I noticed and I learned what you do to think upon the name of God. A person that prays constantly, he thought about God. Constantly. God is on his mind for him to go pray. God is on that person's mind for him to go read. God is on that person's mind when you think about desecrating and making the name of God common by what's the word? Intemperate usage. and temporary swearing, or by using it constantly, commonly using it. This is why you don't write the name of God just anywhere. I'm not going to have a shirt and put the name of God on my shirt, because if it gets desecrated or ripped, then you have destroyed and messed up the name of God. Okay? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Genesis 4.
Genesis chapter 4.
Uh-huh.
And Adam knew Eve, his wife.
Adam knew Eve, his wife. His wife. He wasn't promiscuous.
No.
Men that is determined or has a determination to serve God was not promiscuous. If she ain't my wife, I'm not sleeping around. I'm not going to sleep around if she ain't my woman. If she's not my concubine. So basically, in order for me to sleep with this woman, she had to be either my wife or my concubine. Now get your mind out of this Western civilization. Get your mind out of this way of thinking. And make yourself agree with what God says, because Lamech had 2 wives. Jacob had 2 women and 2 concubines that he slept with. And the woman didn't give a hoops. Didn't care. But we, first of all, the reason why we can't agree with it, because number one, we have forward thoughts. And forward thoughts are thoughts that are against God, which separates you, which put a big distance between you and God. Big distance. So number one, you got to train yourself to agree with what you read in the book. Train yourself to agree with the things that you read in the book, so that you can begin to agree with God.
And Adam knew what Eve, his wife and she conceived and bare Cain. And said, I have gotten a man from the Lord.
I have gotten a man from the Lord. Now, when you study the man's name, Qaim, it also means to lament or to chant a dirge. Now, if we knew the history of Cain and Abel, you will see how his name coincides with his actions, with what happened later on, to lament or chant a dirge. And Cain was sorrowful. That's why he lamented and chanted a dirge. A dirge is a sad song, a song of hymns. He was saddened. And go ahead, I ain't gonna jump the gun. Tom Sheep.
And she again bare his brother Abel.
A mere breath. Abel. Now, I heard one brother say, Abel means Abel, means vain. No, brother. No, man. Abel's name does not mean vain, because Abel wasn't vain. Abel wasn't a vain man. Because if he was vain, then God wouldn't have accepted him. See, these people don't read the book with a certain outlook, with a certain perception. Because not everybody would teach us. We sit down and we listen to fools talk about their teachers, but they don't know how to teach. They don't know how to, they don't know. That's why anybody, this is not a spot for everybody to come up with. Good, brother. No, man, sit your butt down and learn something. Sit down and learn. This is why we got so many different ideas. So many ideas. So many methods. So many opinions. And so many methods are how to do this thing here when there's only one way. So now God deals with individuals. He don't deal with us as a whole no more. Because us as a whole are not one-minded. The only way God's going to deal with us as a whole, we got to have the one-mind principle. We gotta have the one mind principle for God to deal with us as a whole, as one unit. But because we don't have the one mind principle, now God gotta be decisive. He gotta be selective and look amongst the souls of men and see, oh, this guy here has a determination to serve me. This guy don't. This guy got it, but this one don't. This woman has it, but she don't. Oh, she has it over here, but this one over here don't have it. So when God being selective in that perspective, he put distance. Oh, let me push this one away from this one. Let me push this one away from that one.
Cause the separation.
Cause the separation. Look what Sarah told Abraham, her husband. She said, get this woman and her son away from him. Do we understand why even God do separation amongst kins and families and relatives? Why do you think God told Abraham, number one, he said, listen, get away from your family. Get away from your relatives. Get away from your kin. Because when you have decided to serve God, that's the first thing you gotta decide to do. I can't decide that for you because you, Miss Lady, or you, young man, is on a different path from your family. Me and my heathenistic brother don't think the same, so we can't walk together. God said, how can two walk together except they be agreed? Why am I walking with this guy? I must agree with his or her actions that is against God. So therefore, in order to show my determination and to show that I agree with God, I even separate from certain people. You should even separate from certain women because it shows what you agree with when you don't separate. Okay? So now, God told Abraham, he said, hearken to the voice of your wife. He said, Ishmael, 12 princes going to come out of Ishmael. He's going to be a great man. But what Isaac have in him? Ishmael don't have in him. What Jacob had in him, Esau didn't have in him. So God had to put a separation between these two people because they're different. It said Esau was a cunning hunter, but Jacob was a plain man. Plain, tamim, it said tam, means perfect, faultless, whole. He was conscientious. He was upright. And when a person that is conscientious have regard, consideration. He considers the wrong that he does and makes repairs. You make correction. And that's the path that we all need to be on. I need to be on that path. We need to have that determination to correct what we have violated or we went wrong at. So when you have that mentality, I'm always trying to make amends with God. I'm constantly trying to make amends with God first. Because in order for me to make amends with man, I got to make amends with God first, and then you come into thought after. I'm not going to make amends with you, and I ain't making no amends with God. We got to learn the path of the righteous and the way this thing works. We look at you and say, well, why he doesn't have the thought or the mind to make amends with you or to fix certain things with you. But the reason why the person don't have that mentality because he don't have the mentality to make amends with God. So what makes you think he's going to make amends with you? Understand that, man. Only a person that is determined to make amends with God will make amends with his brother. Only a person that is determined to make amends with God will make amends with her sister or with his sister. That's it. That's it. Tom Street.
And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep.
Abel was a keeper of sheep, which tells me that Abel had a caring eye. Only a person that can keep sheep, a person that keeps sheep has to have a caring eye. I gotta be on these sheep. He's very responsible. Kings are like that. Kings are like that. That is a trait of leaders. The leader does not put himself before the people. He makes judgments according for the people. That's why it said when you have a righteous king, the city rejoices. Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. Everybody. He said, but you have a wicked one? Oh man. He said, there's gonna be an outcry. People gonna start crying out. Crying out because there's gonna be a lot of injustice being performed. A lot of injustice being done. Right? He said Abel was a keeper of sheep, but what?
But Cain was a tiller of the ground.
Cain worked the ground. The man that went to the ground, he was a servant of the ground, working the ground. Hard labor. Read.
And in process of time.
In process of time, which means years and time went into play. Many, many, many years done past. Read.
That Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
An offering unto the Lord.
An offering unto God. Read.
And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel.
The Lord had respect. The Lord regarded who?
Abel.
Regarded Abel. Now, the system wasn't set up yet. Offering system wasn't set up yet. God ain't set that system up yet. The same way when Abraham went into his system. God did not set that system up yet.
A lot of things were not established.
A lot of things wasn't established. So now, when certain men in the book move in a certain manner, it was because of either two things. It was either if God accepted you or not, so he moved you towards the rightful way of doing something. Abel was accepted of God. He was regarded of God. He had gained the respect of God, so he moved them to bring up the flocks and the herds and the fat and the blood of lambs and sheep. But Cain was not accepted of God.
So he was moved a different way.
He was moved in a way that will acquire God to denounce him. He was moved in a certain way that will make God look at him in a certain way. Tom Street.
Yeah, respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering, he had not respect.
He had not respect. He did not regard.
And Cain was very wroth.
Cain was angry, and his countenance fell. The man was very angry. Why was he angry? Because he perceived, at least he was able to perceive when God's attention is on him or not. We don't look. And there are certain ways we can see that God's attention is on us. There's certain things to look for. But these guys was able to receive it direct. So when he perceived that God was angry with him, or he didn't regard him, he didn't have respect to him, he got angry. Same way with a parent, with parents, mother and father towards the son. Your father and your mother are angry at you, it's like everything is crashing down your head. And you try to make yourself not scarce, but pass by them, stay in their presence a little longer, so that make them say something to you, or maybe you try to say something with them to get back in favor with them. We do the total opposite. We perceive that our parents is angry at us and run and be more scared. That's the wrong thing to do. Is to be scared, man. You know what? And how I perceive that? Because I've done it. I'm not looking at nobody else. When I speak, I'm not speaking about you or you or you. I either use myself for an example, or I use the book for an example of not to be. I was scared. Well, I'm leaving, man. Forget it, man. I'm just out of here. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing to do. What caused me to do that is because of my stubbornness. Because I have a certain level of stubbornnness in me. I have a level of stubbornness in me that I need to cut out. I'm getting out this hot. What you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Oh, wicked one? Because that's only the mind of a wicked. Yeah, I'm wicked. That's right. But guess what? The difference between me and you is that I discerned and I peeped it. I discerned it and I understand it. And now I'm trying to change my ways towards God. Okay? So Cain realized that God did not accept him. So he got angry. His countenance fell. Because these people depended on God 1,000%. 100% they depended on God. And if God made himself scarce with these people, they got really bent out of shape. No communication. Like Saul. Saul was cut off, but not cut off to be destroyed or destruction. Right. Or he was cut off from communication. God didn't want to talk to him. And how you'll perceive that is when Samuel got called up and Samuel said, you and your sons will be with me. And then how the book coincides with another, when you read in Psalms 125, he said, the lot of the righteous shall not rest upon the lot of the wicked. The lot or the portion of the righteous is not going to settle or remain with the wicked. So there's separations even in the grave, even in Sheol, even when the spirit goes down, and there's chambers and levels. You don't want to go to the lowest. The lowest is where the adversary's at, and you're condemned there and you can't move. You're stuck. That's right. So there's levels down there. And Samuel said, hey, he said, you and your son are going to be with me. See what caused his son, caused Saul's son to go down with him? Because of the actions of his father. Visiting or remembering the iniquities or the sins of the fathers upon the sons. To the third and fourth generation of them that hate. And we show our hatred and our hate and our despisement in God every day.
They were grown men.
Every day. And they was grown men. They weren't babies, man. Grown men. God saw good in Jehoshaphat's son to kill him so that he don't get profaned and desecrated with the works of his own, was it Jehoshaphat?
Jeroboam.
Jeroboam's son. Right, Jeroboam's son. We gotta learn the ways of God, man. Learn, the baby had good in them, the child. The child. And you know what the good was? From what I'm reading, the child, a baby. God saw the determination to serve him. He saw it. And we can't even perceive it. So God had seen it, and he knew that baby was going to detour because his father was going to lead him astray. So he killed him. Man. That's right.
And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth?
He said, why are you angry?
And why is that
you see the communication and the conversation that he had with God, and this is the last conversation. God spoke to him one time. He said, okay, let me correct you now.
Yeah.
You don't make no repairs, I ain't coming to you no more. We ain't gonna have this conversation no more. God ain't gonna keep coming back. No, you're gonna step back. You're gonna correct you and step back to see if you make repairs. If you betake yourself, betake oneself, betake yourself, meaning to make repairs. All right? And go ahead, read.
If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted?
If thou doest well, if you take heed, if you do good, I will exalt you. I will accept you. So God only accepts a certain type of person, a manner or a certain way that a person walks. You gotta walk a certain way before God to be accepted of. And if you are not walking in that way or in that standard that God has set up, then what? You won't be accepted. I will not accept you in. I'm not going to acknowledge you. I'm not going to regard you. I will not have respect to you. I ain't going to pay you no mind. Tom Sheep.
And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
But if you don't do well, if you don't do good, right? If you don't do good, then sin lieth at the door. And sin has become our nature. It has become a part of us.
Instinct.
It has become our instinct. And this is why I say train yourself. You cannot train yourself to do things that is unlawful by God, which take a certain way of thinking. You better discern and acknowledge that the way you're thinking is not right. The way I'm thinking is not right. It doesn't correlate with what God says. The way I'm walking and what I'm doing does not correlate with what God says. Don't allow your emotions to get the best of you. Don't allow your anger cause you to sin. Don't allow your grief don't allow these things cause you to sin. Cause you to do things out of whack, out of the custom of God, to where a person, they thinking pattern go off and they start moving in a certain way, make you step aside and watch them. They say, oh no, this guy don't consider God. So what makes you think he's gonna consider me? What makes you think he's gonna deal with you in a certain way that God said for you to deal with the person? No, it ain't gonna happen like that. It ain't gonna be, no. So now guess what? The only thing I can do is separate. Since you're not gonna deal with me like how I deal with you, I gotta separate and cut off all ties. This I be used for a prey. Yeah, because when you do me wrong, I'm not gonna come and do you back wrong. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna look at you and step away. It's gonna make me the same just like you. Tom Sheep.
And unto thee shall be his desire.
And unto thee shall it be your desire. You understand that? When iniquity comes to the door of your mind? What brings that to your mind? What brings this? My actions. My actions that is opposite to what God says, opposite to the Creator. So when my actions is opposite to God, iniquity is going to desire me. It's going to be my desire. It's going to come to my mind more. So in order to fight this, I got to strengthen myself in His laws. I got to stop sinning presumptuously. I'm not going to be able to strengthen myself in God if I continue to sin and break His laws, His commandments, and His statutes. So therefore, sometimes we may have to draw that line. You don't cross it, and you don't allow no one else to cross it in front. That's in my house. You're not crossing that line. You got to make certain demarcations, certain boundaries to show your devotion to God. To show your devotion to God. Because certain things, God looked at, He said, wow. Remember Nehemiah? He said, oh Lord God, remember me for this. He said, oh Lord God, remember me for this. So there's certain things that you can ask God to remember you for. There's certain things you can ask God to remember you for. When you start to uphold His laws, His commandments, His statutes, and you sacrifice yourself for His laws, commandments, and statutes, you can ask God, oh Lord God, remember me for this. Some people go to the brink of death. And there's certain things that person did in his life that caused God to remember him. Yeah. Yes.
Those are the things.
Because, look, this man went to the brink of death. What did he do in his life that caused God to remember him, to keep him alive? Think. Go back. Certain times when I'm watching this man, and I see the determination. I see the determination for God. I say, man, I want that determination. I want to be determined. I want that fear. I want that push, that strong desire. Yeah. And they also made sacrifices. Sacrifices self for His laws. Went into covenant for His laws. So now you got to think there is something that man did in his life that caused God to remember him. That caused God to remember him. That's works. Those are works that you put in for God. God always repay you back according to your actions and the things, the good and the bad that you put out. That's right. Tom Sheep.
And unto thee shall be His desire, and thou
unto
shalt
thee
rule.
shall it be desire. Me and Zachariah was talking last night. He said we gotta know the difference between when the adversary is in it and when he's not in it. When it's a test and when it ain't a test. You know why I say that? Because remember I gave you that example when I had the dog and the person threw the basketball? Yeah. That wasn't no test. I know not to bear no burden. But God, like He told me and opened my eyes to, the adversary want to bring you down. Want to make you break His laws, so it leaves an opening for him to get in. Now I could get in. Remember what He said about they said these people are the descendants of the Chaldeans. He said now. If these people is right with God, he said, go by. Leave them alone because they God fight for them. But the only way you can get them is by making them sin against their God.
That's right. Their God is the God that hated iniquity.
That's right. And one thing I learned, God don't look. And that's what made me feel good about myself. The adversary is not going to attack a person that's condemned. He got you already. He's going to attack and push towards the person that he sees have the determination to serve God, that he sees has a desire to serve God. So it's going to be a constant attack on the ones that has a little, I ain't saying I got 100%, but he sees something. I said he sees something in that person or in a person when he attack you. He said, no, let me stop that growth.
He's going the right way.
Let me stop that growth. You know what the growth is?
Yeah.
The growth is the determination and the will to serve God. That's the adversary's job. He wanted to cause Job to fall. He said, as long as you say, man, you take this away from him, take all these from him, I bet you he curse you to your face. He said, okay, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. Job passed. He said, skin for skin, touch his skin. The man would do anything for that. He said, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. Flip them for many, 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 many days. But Job was a man that extruded evil. And when you look up the word extrude, it only means to turn aside from that which is evil, from that which is unlawful by God. That's it. I don't have to be silver surfing on the clouds. All you got to do is turn away from that which is unlawful. And the only way we're going to learn and understand what is unlawful, what is accepted, and what is not accepted, you must read. Gotta read, man. This book is like my life depends on it. I need my book. This is the only way I'm going to learn the ways of God. The only way you're going to learn the ways of God. And when you reach a certain level, you expect everything around you to get intact. You don't want to dwell and live around foolishness. And this is why he got a certain way. Because I don't see the determination of God in here. And when I don't see the determination of God, I get angry. I get vicious. I get tight. And I start to gain or to acquire the desire of separation. Time sheet.
And unto thee shall be a desire, and thou shalt rule.
Unto thee shall it be desire. He said, and what? And thou shalt rule over him. And the only way we gonna rule, we will be able to rule. We have to be doing a certain amount of laws to rule and perceive where that evil spirit comes and be able to eject it and rule your spirit. Okay? And the only way we can rule our spirit, we got to be doing law. We got to be doing law, living righteously before God to rule your spirit. Because if I ain't doing the law and I ain't living righteously, then you ain't going to rule nothing. You're going to be ruled. And there's certain times where, guess what? Certain times the adversary got to take it. Because if the adversary don't jump in, guess what? You knew darn well I was going to grab that baseball.
That's why he aged.
The adversary jumped in. That's not me.
Don't believe it.
Right. The adversary had to jump in with David. Because if he didn't jump in, David wouldn't have did that.
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't even come to his mind.
Wouldn't have came to his mind. He wouldn't have ordered Joab to number the people. He wouldn't have. He was moved. He said it right there. He said he moved David to do this so that. No, that was with God.
Yeah, because
The Most High. That was two certain situations. God moved David to do something so that he can move on Israel. And there was another time where the adversary moved him. That's right.
And Cain talked with Abel, his brother.
Cain talked with Abel, his brother. He sat down with him. He had a little conversation. Had a conversation and told him his experience in his conversation with God. Told him what went down, what took place, what was said.
And it came to pass when they were in the field. That Cain rose up against Abel, his brother.
Cain rose up against Abel, his brother,
and slew him.
See, there was something in Cain that God didn't like. Something that Cain had in him that God did not like. He has to make him do this. To make him move on his own brother. And there was something in Abel that God liked. That was righteous and holy. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother?
Look what God asked Cain. Look what God asked Cain. He said, where is Abel thy brother? He said, where's Abel thy brother? God knew where he was. God knew what took place. One thing we got to realize about this God is that he gave man a choice. He always gave us a choice so that you can choose. He want to see what you choose to do. He want to see what you choose to do. What you choose to do willingly, not being forced. Not being forced. That's not accepted. That's not accepted by God. Because you're not doing it willingly, and on your free time, when you're free, guess what? When you're free, guess what? You ain't going to fulfill it. You ain't going to fulfill it.
Even think about it.
Because you're not doing it willingly. You will learn and understand to see when your child is doing these laws willingly or unwillingly when they get of age. When they get of age and they move out and become men and women, then you will see or perceive when they're doing these laws and these commandments willingly. You'll perceive that. You'll see that. When they get older, you'll see. It's the only way you're going to be able to see. The only way. And don't cry. Don't cry, parents. Don't cry when God put them through it for their choices. Don't cry when God put them through it for their choices. You know why? You know where I learned that from? I don't speak nothing off the side of my head, man. I don't speak nothing off the side of my brain. Everything that I speak, I can take it back. Now that I've been idle, offered up strange fire before God. The anger of God glowed and kindled against them and consumed them in their clothes. A fire from God came from heaven. which means, you know where it was? They were in the temple, in the tabernacle, where they did the offerings. How I know that is because when you, with the spot where you do these offerings, there's no roof. The smoke and the fire had to go up to God. So the fire from God came from heaven and consumed Nadab and Abihu in their clothes. God turned around and told Aaron, he said, don't uncover your head and don't rend your garment. He said, don't mourn. Lest what? The wrath of God break loose on the nation. Be careful who you crying for, man. Because these, listen, not Abihu, but this despicable son that you have despise God. That's what makes you despicable. That's what makes you worthless. Why do I hang around people that know who God is but decide to alter? But decide to change. Thank God. There's no affinity between holiness and righteousness. Between holiness and profaneness and wickedness. There's no affinity between that. Why you have grown to attract that is because you must be the same. Like spirits attract. Come, see.
Where is Abel thy brother?
He said, where is Abel thy brother?
And he said, I know not.
He said, I don't know.
Am I my brother's keeper?
Am I his watchman? I'm supposed to be watching. You see how they had a certain type of affinity with God where they say certain things.
Very familiar.
And they was very familiar with God. We don't have that familiarity with God to say that. We don't have the familiar and the affinity with God to say those things. Come, see?
And he said, what hast thou done?
What did you do?
The voice of thy brother's blood
The
crieth
voice of thy brother's blood cries out to me.
From the ground.
From the ground.
And now,
a person that dies innocently cries out to God. The blood cries out to God. And that blood will continue to cry out to God until the murderer gets blood gets shedded.
And now art thou cursed from the earth.
Now you're cursed from the earth.
Which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood.
The earth to receive thy brother's blood.
From thy hand.
From thy hand, read.
When thou tillest the ground.
When you work the ground.
It shall not henceforth yield
unto thee to his increase.
Of strength. A fugitive. And a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord.
Wanderer.
And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear.
It's too much for me. It's too much for me. The punishment is too great. But God only gave Cain the punishment that called for what he did. God is not an unjust God. Whatever God did to you, you deserved it. Whatever happened in your life, you deserved it. You deserved it. There's no overkill. Come see.
Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth.
Driven me out from the face of the earth.
And from thy face.
That was the main thing.
I shall be hid.
He said, and I'm hidden from your face. There's no communication between me and you.
There's no more.
No more. Come see. I'm on my own. Read.
And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. The Lord said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him.
Now, even in God's punishment, he still was merciful. He set a mark on Cain, lest anyone should slay him. This mark is going to preserve me a little longer. I'm going to die, but it's going to keep me alive for a little while. That's right. Let's go. Let's cut that. Let's go to Proverbs. Proverbs 11. Proverbs chapter 11.
A false balance is an abomination to the Lord.
A false balance is an abomination to God. You know what it means by a false balance? It also means a means of judging or deciding. A balance also has to deal with weight, measurements, balancing weight and measurements, right? The judging has to be correct. It has to balance out. It has to balance out. It has to be correct according to the judgment of God. Your decisions and your deciding and your decisions and what you're deciding has to be in accord with the decisions of God. It cannot be against God, or it's false balance, right? Tamshi.
But a just weight is his delight.
Just weight is God's delight. These are the things that the Most High delight in. Just weights and balance. I'm not gonna have a weight of 10 pounds, but it ain't 10. It's 5. But you think it's 10. Got 10 written on it. It's unjust. Tamshi.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
When pride cometh, Zadon. When you Zion, Dalet, Kolam, Nun. It means presumptuous. It means insolence. Right? Now, presumptuous means overstepping due bounds. When you overstep your boundaries. God, okay, if you're doing too much, the brother said, when you overstep your boundaries, you cross those lines. The lines are those laws and the commandments and the statutes that God has set up. When you cross those lines, you overstep your boundaries. You don't cross the line now, right? You take liberty. You take freedom to yourself. You take liberty upon yourself. You take freedom upon yourself to do things according to your own will. That is against God. Tamshi. When pride cometh, then what?
Then cometh shame.
Then cometh shame. Okay? Now hold that right there. Shame, right? I'm gonna go back to that. Now the word for insolence, right, means insultingly contemptuous in speech or conduct. That's very important, and we think God don't look at that. But your speech and your conversation and the things that I say out of my mouth, God holds in high regards. Your conduct, God holds in high regards. All that gotta go according to your ways. This is like 90% ways. And the laws of God cleans your ways. Okay? If I covet, I have filthy ways. Why do I desire things that don't belong to me? So I stretch forth my hand and steal. But if I don't desire what don't belong to me, then I won't steal. Which means what? It all begins with pride. Because a person that covet has pride. A person that covet has pride because pride tells me that you're selfish. You're selfish. And a selfish person can't serve God. When you're selfish, you only think about self, me. I don't think about others. I don't think about how you feel. I don't think about if I do this, will it affect that person? I don't think about that. And that's the mentality that we need to begin to acquire to be accepted of God. We cannot be selfish and think we're going to be going somewhere. Okay? Impertinent means look at the definition of insolent. And to be insolent means impertinent. Impertinent means lack of respect of God. You don't have no respect for God. Impudent, disregard for others. And when you disregard others, see, we got to realize one thing. The law is for every man concerning his neighbor. So these laws teaches us and tells me how I should deal with you and what I shouldn't do to you. That's all through the book. It tells us how we should treat each other, what we should do and what we should not do to each other. Right? So now we go back to shame. Right? Now, he said, when pride cometh, then cometh shame. Okay? This is a way that righteous men are. Why I say that is because people with pride today don't have shame.
Don't say anything.
People with pride today don't have shame. This book was for these people and the way these people was. So when it said when pride cometh, when you begin to be pride or proud, then commit shame. It's the natural instinct for a man that have pride to have shame. Now, why it says that? What is shame? Shame is a painful emotion caused by consciousness of guilt, your shortcomings. So when I did something out of pride, it is immediate for a person to consider what he did, which was wrong. That was the ways of the righteous in here, man. But check it and see how people is. The majority of the people are not that way. Most people say, I don't never regret what I do, which means they good. They don't regret.
This is embarrassing.
They don't regret what they did.
No.
They don't acknowledge, and in order to regret what you did, you gotta acknowledge that what I did was wrong. You gotta have a certain type of shame in you to acknowledge the things that you did was wrong. And because you don't have no shame in you, you're gonna be proud and full of pride, and you're not gonna acknowledge the things that you do that is wrong. You're always right. Always right. See how this book teaches us how we should be. When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
But with the lowly, it's
with the lowly. With the lowly. The word for lowly is zenuim. Zenuim. Zenuim means with the modest, with the chaste. Right? Now, a modest person is humble. A modest person has chaste, has chastity. A modest person places a moderate estimate on one's ability. And if you place a moderate estimate on one's ability, I'm not going to say that I'm better than you in doing something. I'm not going to brag and say I'm better than you in this particular thing. Learn the ways of God, man. Learn the ways of God, how not to be. Never brag about your accomplishments and your ability. Never put yourself above the clouds over a person. No righteous man did that in the book. That's why it says you only brag and boast on one thing, that you know and understand Him, that you know and understand God. And when a person brags, a person that brags, he has pride. He's pride. He has pride in him. He's very proud. That with the word modest, it reminds me of how Moses was. Reminds me of how Moses was. This is how Moses was. He didn't put he placed a moderate estimate on his ability and worth. He didn't exalt himself and uplift himself. One of the things, examples that I noticed is when God said, I'm going to send you to Egypt. But he said, who am I? He said, I ain't nobody to be going to Pharaoh. He said, and he didn't excel and uplift himself.
That's right.
That's right. He wasn't all right, read. Now,
the integrity of the upright shall guide them.
Now let me hold that right there. What verse that?
That was great.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, observing the propriety of dress and behavior. The dress and behavior must be socially accepted by God. That's all a part of a person, of a modest person. Okay, now Chase is innocent of unlawful sexual intercourse. Like I said, if she ain't your wife or your concubine, I shouldn't be having sex with this woman. Chase also means pure in thoughts and actions. My thoughts and the things that I think about must be pure, must coincide with God. My actions must coincide with God. If it doesn't coincide with God, then it ain't pure. It ain't pure. Tom C.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them. What is integrity? What is integrity? Job had integrity in him. Integrity means you live in accordance in your deepest values. You live in accordance in your deepest values. And integrity is a highly valued trait in leaders. Leaders have integrity. Okay? Now, your values are individual beliefs that motivates people to act one way or another. Your values is what guides you. Your values guides you. It's what you are raised with. It's principles and values that your parents raised you and taught you in. And you keep those values and those principles and allow those values and principles to guide you through your life. Tom C.
But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them.
But the perverseness of transgressors, you're going to destroy your own soul. My own sins, my own wickedness, my own transgressions, I'm going to destroy myself with that. Tom C.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Riches can't save me. The only thing that can save me in the day of wrath is righteousness. He said, wisdom and riches run neck to neck. He said, but the excellency of wisdom is that wisdom delivereth from death. That's the only thing that wisdom has over riches. Come, see.
But righteousness delivereth from death.
That's right.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way.
The righteousness of the perfect. The amount of righteousness that I have done in my life is going to guide me in the correct way. It's going to guide me in that right way. The righteousness that Abel had in him is what guided him towards bringing forth the right thing. It's what caused God attention to come upon him. Come, see?
But the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness.
But the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. Read.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them. But what?
But transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness.
Transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. Now the word for naughty is hawa. Hawa means their lust, their mischiefs, their destruction. Okay? So now, but transgressors shall be taken in their own lust. Now God is going to cause you to have a strong sexual lust, meaning strong sexual desires. You can desire things that's not right by God.
Right.
You can desire, it don't only have to be sexual desires, but you can have a strong desire to turn away from God. You can have a strong desire to desire the things that is against God. And God is going to increase that in you. Because I have not changed from my ways. I have not changed from the way that God ordered me to change. Some sheep.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectations. Tikwa. Tikwa is expectation. It means his hope. It means his hope. His expectation is his hope. Okay? Now, what is hope? Hope is to desire what is expected of.
I hope this goes.
Or belief in fulfillment.
I hope this in the Lord.
God already told us what to hope in. Okay? Now, he said, when the wicked man dies, his expectation shall perish. Whatever you're hoping in, it ain't going to be the same as what the righteous hoping.
Right.
So it's going to die. It's going to die with you. It's not going to be accomplished. It ain't happening. It's not happening. It said, the hope of unjust men perishing. The
righteous is delivered out of trouble.
The righteous withdraws from things that are in distress or anguish. You understand that? The righteous withdraw from things that are distressing and anguish. You ever see somebody come to you and say, man, listen, I don't want to be bothered.
I don't want to be bothered with that.
Tell me, I don't want to be bothered with that. He said, man, you deal with that, man. I'm not, leave me alone with that. Because it holds no value, it holds no weight. You over here stressing me out over something that you yourself shouldn't be stressing yourself about. It don't mean nothing. And I gotta, hold up one day, stay there. It's something that's in my mind, and I know where it's at. It says, it's in Proverbs 6. Okay? This is attracting proud, calamity, evil. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but there's a part in the book where it says the righteous man don't get into certain things that doesn't hold no weight and it has no meaning to it. The righteous man separates himself from those type of things. It don't hold no weight. It has no meaning. Don't miss me with all that.
It's not racist.
Tamshi, what verse we at? We're in verse
8.
Verse 8, Tamshi.
The righteous is delivered out of trouble.
The righteous withdraws from distress and anguish. Read.
And the wicked cometh in his stead.
The wicked goes in his stead. Read. Go ahead.
A hypocrite.
A hypocrite. The word for hypocrite is chanef. The word chanef, it means to be profane or impious. Profane means not devoted to God. There's no devotion to God, which causes me to be profane. Because if I have some type of devotion to God, I'm going to have a will or a certain type of dedication to serve Him. It also means to be common. To be common means to be like the regular people.
Yeah.
To be average. And this is why God gave us a standard of living.
Right.
If I dress like them, I'm common. If I eat like them, I'm common. If I do anything like the nations or like the people that we live amongst, you are common.
They said like the common people.
Like the common people. So when we read the book covers diet, dress wear, it covers everything that will make a separation between you and them. That's it. And this is why I don't celebrate what they celebrate. This is why I don't acknowledge what they acknowledge. I only acknowledge and celebrate what God said to celebrate and acknowledge. They don't say thou shalt not have a baby shower.
No.
But they do it. And I don't read it where our forefathers did it.
It's not in the law.
It's not in the law. Certain things that they do, I don't read it here. I'm staying away from it.
That's right.
Let God look at me as being common. Let God look at me as being the same. I'm sure. Now, hold on. Let me finish. Impious. No respect for God or parents. And you know what?
Say God or parents.
For God or parents. The same level. And I look at as God giving me a second chance. He gave me a second chance so I can be better and honor and respect my father better than the way I did it before. And I need to increase my honor and my respect for my father and my mother by ruling my spirit. By ruling my spirit. Because the spirit is what get riled up at your parents. And then you say, well, I shouldn't get mad. I'm off. And your spirit is what causes you to act a certain way. That's why you see, you learn respect and honor for parents when you read about these men in the book. When Esau said, the days of my father will be at hand. And when he died, I'm going to kill you. But I'm not going to kill you as long as they're alive. I'm not going to do this while they're alive. Because it'll be in dishonor. Which means what? I'm not going to allow. Remember what we used to do back in the days? Way back in the days when we were kids, our honor was better then than now. Because me and you will argue, and when Iman pop up, no. We stop quick. To where Iman had to say, hey, what happened? Why y'all was just talking, what happened? She had to ask because she noticed that y'all had not discrepancy, but she noticed y'all was talking or whatever was going on. But I noticed when y'all came, you stopped. And then the parents called you deceptive. Don't lie, man. No, it wasn't that. We was afraid to take on this way of action before that behavior, before the appearance of our father and mother. But now, I would jump at your neck right in front of Iman, and you jump at mine. And then somebody would say, yo, chill, man, Iman, I was standing right there.
And then they'll jump on that person. Or he gonna hear you.
That's right.
Iman, I'm gonna hear you.
That's right. When we was kids, we be wilding out. As soon as we hear the key in the door, when Paulie walk in, you can hear a pin drop. Everybody stop. I'm telling you, man. So when we were younger, we had a certain amount of honorability and respect for our parents that we don't even have now.
Profanity. We didn't speak profanity.
No, we don't have it now.
Because
you allowed yourself to lose it.
Get loose.
You allow yourself to lose it by moving in the way of unrighteousness. So God removes certain values and certain things in you because the way you are not becoming of it. Don't go together. So now the respect and honor that you used to have as a kid We take that from him. He's going to be putting
that. Not worthy of this quality.
It's not worthy of that quality. You remove those type of qualities because your actions don't call for it. And like I said, that's not for nobody else but myself. Yeah. I have found myself arguing and fighting and saying, getting all bent out of shape. And people are going to say, hey, you don't see me standing here? Be ashamed of yourself, man. You be ashamed of yourself when your mom's got to scream at you and say, hey, you don't see me standing here? That's supposed to be automatic. Automatic. Oh, Mama Love in the window. Whoop, everything dead. Quiet now. Hey, well, you know everything good? Yeah. Hey, I want to know everything good. I want to be quiet. It's true. We're not going to act that certain way in front of our parents, but those qualities has been diminished. They ain't there no more. That's honor. We had that in us when nobody had to teach us that. Yes. And because of our ways and our actions that was opposite to God's ways, God removed those values and those qualities and those traits out of you to cause you to sin and make you act in a way so that you can bring sin upon your own head so that he can destroy you.
A hypocrite with his mouth.
A hypocrite with his mouth.
Destroying his neighbor.
Destroying his neighbor. Just with his mouth alone. Cause his neighbor to fall to ruins. Cause his neighbor to be corrupt or to be destroyed, which is shakat. And I'm not going to explain that. Destroy, corrupt, ruin. Because I'm going to Jeremiah 13. And that's going to explain that for me. So I'm going to skip that right there. I'm going to Jeremiah 13 after this chapter. Okay? Tom Sheet.
But through knowledge shall the just be delivered.
His neighbor, but through knowledge shall the just be delivered. Through what? Through knowledge is the know-how. Through the knowledge and what a person knows, the just can deliver himself. The just will know how to deliver himself. How to get himself out of this situation. What situation? The situation you don't put yourself in with God. So that's right. So I know what to do to turn the wrath of God away from me. I have the knowledge of that. Tom Sheep.
When it goes well with the righteous.
When it goes well with the righteous.
The city rejoices.
The city rejoices. Who ain't going to rejoice when it's going good with the righteous? I'm not going to hate you and despise you and say I think you're better than me, but that's what people do today. Yeah. He ain't better than me. He's better than me. Our mind and the way we think we're very competitive. Brothers are competitive with brothers. Neighbors are competitive with neighbors. Everybody has that competitive spirit. I'm better than you in this. So I don't care if you're better than me. So what? What weight does that hold? What grounds does that hold? What does it mean if you're better than me? I know I serve God. I know I do his laws. And I know I'm on myself. So I ain't going to be competitive with you. You want to be competitive, you could continue with that. I got bigger fish to fry. I got bigger things to think about. And the bigger thing that I need to think about is myself. So I'm not going to allow myself to slip in your stupidity by being competitive. Like, you ain't better than me. I'm good. Now I make me the same like you. Go ahead. Tom Street.
When it goes well with the righteous,
when it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoices.
And when the wicked perish, there is shouting.
When the wicked perish, there is shouting. What verse is that?
10.
Right. An outcry, a ringing cry.
By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted.
By the blessing of the upright, the city is uplifted, is exalted, because the upright don't look out for his people. A man that's upright gonna look out for the city. Everything's gonna be going correct. So the people gonna rejoice. Tom see?
But it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. He that is void of wisdom despises his neighbor.
He that is void of wisdom despises his neighbor. The word for void of wisdom is kasad lev, means he that lacks a heart. He that lacks a heart hate his neighbor. Why you think God said, he said, don't hate your neighbor? He said, don't hate him. He said, rebuke him and suffer not sin upon him. He said, don't hate him. Hate him for what? Not because this guy here hated the prophet because he don't prophesy nothing that's good for him, gives me a reason to start hating.
Right.
No, the book was there for us to read, and it shows us what to follow and what not to follow, how to act and how not to act, what to do and what not to do. The book was there to lead by example. This is my example. This is my God. My first example was my father and my mother. The parents lead by example. The mothers lead by example. So when you're doing one thing and the children know that the things that you're doing is wrong, they ain't gonna tell you. You lead by example too. So he said, kasad lev means lacks a heart, right? That's verse 12. He said, he that lacks a heart despises his neighbor, hates his neighbor. Read.
But a man of understanding
holdeth his peace. The word for hold his peace is charish, keresh, yod shin. It's a man of understanding divides. A man of understanding thinks. Tell you, man, a man of understanding thinks. He thinks before he do anything. He thinks before he move on an action, before he say a word. That's what a man of understanding does. Man of understanding don't move rashly and so quickly. Tom see? All right, so man, it's a talebearer. And the word for talebearer is a slanderer. And a person that slanders is one that says defames your character. A false oral statement about a person. You done said something false about the person and it's not true what you're saying. So a slanderer reveals secret. It goes hand in hand. A person that defames your character will reveal the things that you told me. I done confided in you about something and you revealed it to the world. You done told everybody. The book shows you and tells you the ways of people, right? He said, but he that is of a faithful spirit, he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter. I ain't got to tell him, don't tell everybody. The faithfulness that he has in you, it shows you the ways, it shows you and tells you of the ways of a faithful man. And a faithful man, a man with a faithful spirit, he will conceal the matter. He's not going to spread what you told him. But as a matter of fact, after so many years, the past, I done forgot what you told me. I done forgot. It died with me. That's a faithful spirit. And if I can't show faithfulness to what's before me, then you can't be faithful to God. You can't be faithful to God if I can't be faithful to you, to what's before me. Because a man that's faithful to God will have faithfulness to his neighbor, will be faithful to his neighbor, will be faithful to his father. Abraham was faithful to his father, and God saw the faithfulness in him, so he turned towards him. That's what caused God to turn towards Abraham, because he was a faithful man. A faithful man. Where no counsel is, where no guidance, where there's no direction, he said the people fall. You gotta have counsel. You gotta have some type of direction. You gotta have some type of guidance. If we don't have this counsel or this type of guidance or direction, then we're not going to stand. We're not going to stand. We're going to fall, because we got to follow the things that God gave us as for a direction of how we should be, how we should walk. All right? So he said, the people fall. He said, but in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. Safety. He said, he that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it. Now, this here is something else. This here is something else. It says, La Yerua. Right? La Yerua. You know what that means? Evil will beget evil. The wicked is going to beget wickedness. If all I'm doing is portraying wickedness and evil, why do I expect something good to come out of that? La Yerua. Ki Arab Zar. Arab is a surety. Surety is strange. Surety is strange to those type of people. Surety is strange to the wicked. And surety is a person that takes responsibility for another's actions. You bring the person around, the person acting a certain way, you look at him and say, well, that's him. No, man, you brought him around. You should know how he is, and you shouldn't have brought him around if he was that way. The book teaches us a way that we should be, man. Okay? Right? He said, for it, come on, for it, and he that hated suretyship is sure, is confident. Right? A gracious woman retaineth honor. Okay? Now, what is a gracious woman? Right? Oh, wait a minute. Let me back up. Okay? It says in verse 15, right? And he that hated suretyship is sure. Where soneh, and he that hated tokim, betoet, boteach. All right? Soneh tokim boteach. The individual that blows the horn is hated, not trusted. He's hated and not trusted. Okay? What is the person that blows the horn? The person that gives warning, that warns, the person that chastises, the person that rebukes. That's the man that blows the horn. That man is hated and not trusted by the wicked. Right? All right, verse 16. Right? It said, a gracious woman attaining honor. What is gracious? This tells me the ways, the way that God, or the way a godly woman is, the way a righteous woman is supposed to be, the way queens are, right? I'm not going to call you a queen and you a ghetto broad running in the streets with no shame. No, you ain't no queen. And these fools walk around, hey, what's up, queen? Dude, the female look at another, hey, king. No, queens are kings. Queens and kings honor God. Kings and queens live a certain way. Queens are gracious. Queens are courteous. Queens are kind. Queens are pleasant. If you don't have none of these attributes, then you ain't no queen. A gracious woman retain it also means to attain honor. She gets honor just because of her courtesy, just because of her kindness, just because of her pleasantness and her being gracious. So a man would honor her according to that. That's why a woman gets honor. All right? He said, and strong men. The word for strong is aritz, ayin resh yod zadeh. And you know what aritz means? Means a violent man. Right? It says, a violent man retaineth riches. A violent man relies. The word retain, it means to rely upon. Relies upon his riches. He relies upon it. He don't rely on God. This is the man that relies on riches to deliver him from death or to deliver him from certain things. He relies upon his riches. Right? So, he said, a merciful man doeth good to his own soul. A man that is merciful would do good to his own soul, to himself. Right? But he that is cruel, the word cruel, and it also means pernicious. All right? Cruel. A cruel person willfully cause pain and suffering to others, feeling no concerns about it. You willfully cause pain and suffering to people, and you don't feel bad about it. You don't feel bad about it. Now, pernicious is a person that does irreparable harm through evil. Now, when you do irreparable harm through evil, it can't be repaired. Can't be fixed. So there is certain things that cannot be repaired, that cannot be fixed. Okay? It says, the wicked worketh a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness, shall be a sure reward, as righteousness tended to life. Okay? Righteousness tended. It gives life. That's what righteousness gives. And wickedness gives the opposite. Gives death. Right? Righteousness tended to life. So he that pursueth evil, pursue it to his own death. Pursue it to his own death. Verse 8. He said at verse 19, as righteousness tends to life, so he that pursueth it pursues his own death. Verse 20. They that are of a froward heart are an abomination to God. A froward heart it means froward thinking. Thoughts that are against God. Perverse thinking. A crooked thinking. And a person that is perverse and crooked and froward has thoughts and move in a certain way that God don't accept. And in order for us to learn how to move or walk in that certain way, we must read. Because quickly this will be put out of your memory because we move off emotions a lot. We move most of the time, we move off emotions, and we cannot allow ourselves to sin and transgress and break God's law because of how I'm feeling or my emotions. I put my emotions before God, before God's feelings. Right? Now, he said, they that are froward heart are an abomination to the Lord. A froward heart, froward thinking, froward understanding. You know what froward and crooked and perverse understanding? You won't accept the things to be lawful and right by God. You won't accept the things that you read. The things that God accepts, you won't accept because you have a different perception about it. You have a different understanding about it. So because I have a different understanding about it, you won't allow yourself to accept it. He said, though hand join in hand. He said, but such as are upright in their ways are his delight. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. The seed of the righteous shall escape. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. A fair woman, it don't go hand in hand. He compared the jewel of gold in the swine's snout, in the nose of a pig. Don't look good. No matter what you do to the pig, and whatever you put on it, the pig, I'm still not going to accept that pig. I will never accept it no matter how you adore and dress that pig up. Because the pig is not accepted by God. So I'm not going to accept it. And he compared that to a woman. So it's a fair woman, which is without discretion. A fair woman without reason. A fair woman without reason. And when I thought about that, I thought about Abigail. Because Abigail was a fair woman. But she had reason. Right? I'm going to hit that up quick fast and then we'll go back. So you have to stay with me, right? I'm just going to read this quick fast. Right? He said, now the name of the man was Nabal. I'm in 1 Samuel 25, right? He said, Samuel died, and all the Israelites were gathered together, and lamented him, and buried him in the house of Ramah. And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran, and there was a man in Maon, whose possessions were in Carmel. And the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was sharing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And she was a woman of a good countenance. When you look up the word for good countenance, it says Isha Tobat Sekel. Right? Sekel, the word Sekel, it means prudence, the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of her reasoning. Now, her reasoning was based upon God, based upon the ways of God. Okay? Good sense. It means sense. A discerning awareness and appreciation. Now, she had a certain awareness, the awareness that she had, she was aware for her husband's safety, that what he did, something was going to come out of this. So now she went, sat on her ass, took grapes and figs, took whatever she was going to take, and met David halfway because David was going towards Carmel to commit mayhem. So she was aware. She had this certain type of awareness of her husband's safety. Now, the word countenance, right? Good understanding, and of a beautiful countenance. A beautiful countenance, beautiful demeanor, expressions. It goes into the way you look. Goes into the way you look. The face, your face is an indication of your mood and emotions. That's why God was able to look at Cain and say, Cain, why are you angry? Why art thou wroth?
That's the attitude.
That's right. Because he was able to perceive that. Okay? That's right.
Be quiet.
So, okay, verse 23. Proverbs 11, verse 23. It said, the desire of the righteous is only good. And your desire is a strong feeling of wanting to have something or wishing for something to happen. And what's the definition of wish? Right, let's learn and understand what is wish, right? If I'm not mistaken, your wish are things what you expect to happen, what you done spoke out of your mouth. Because people have wished evil on others, and you're not even aware that you have wished evil on the person.
That's right.
But unknowingly in your heart, or even spoken outwardly. So let's see what wish is. To have a desire for, okay, right? As something unattainable. It means your want. And how do you can tell what you want? By a person speaking on it, right? To give expression to give form to express a wish for, to request in the form of a wish, to order, to confer upon someone, to confer upon someone. Man, I'm telling you, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. That's your wish. You're going to jail. All you got to do is say that, and you're wishing evil on the person. To confer evil upon. When you read the book, only certain men, they wasn't wishing, but they was telling them and telling them what was gonna become of them if they don't follow God. They wasn't wishing this on you. If you don't order yourself correctly with God, you're going into Babylon. If you don't do this and this and this, you're gonna die. God is gonna do this. You don't look at the person and say, man, you're going to jail, man. I'm telling you, get you. You don't wish evil on people. You don't wish evil on people. All right? It said the desire of the righteous is only good. My desire is that you follow God. I desire that you commit yourself to God by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's my only desire. You can desire that, and that's only the righteous will desire good and righteous things. The reason why people desire things that is contrary or opposite to God is because that's who they are. They are wicked. They are of that. So that's why they wish these things. Okay? So, okay. He said, but the expectation, but the hope of the wicked is wrath, is anger. Okay? There is that scattering. There is that disperse, right? And yet increasing. It also means to distribute. There is a person or people that distributes, and by the person distributing and giving, he increased.
You get more.
You get more. Okay? That was what, 24?
24,
Yeah.
middle of 24.
Right, right. Okay. There is that distribute and yet increase it. And there is that withhold it. There is people that withhold it, that restrain, that hold back more than is meat, but intended to poverty. Leaves you, you're still in need. You go and you hold back, talking about I ain't got it, and you still in need. You're still in the same rut.
The liberal soul.
The liberal soul. The liberal soul is one that gives. Always looking to give. Always giving. That's the liberal soul. The liberal soul, what?
Shall be made
fat, shall be made prosperous. Because he's always giving. It said, and he that water it shall be watered also himself. You watered, you want to receive water. I'm giving and I'm feeding, I'm gonna be fed. I'm gonna be satisfied. He said, he that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse. Because God commanded us and said, man, if the poor, stranger, fatherless, the widow, they're able to go in your field and eat. Now you holding back the corn, these same hungry people won't curse you. Oh yeah, they gonna curse you. They ain't able to go in your field and eat, they're gonna curse you. Right? He said, but blessing shall be upon who? The head of him that selleth it. He that diligently seeketh good, procureth favor, desire favor. Right? But he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him. You seek and you desire and you look for trouble, it's going to follow you. It's going to follow you. He that trusteth in riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch. He that troubleth his own house. The word for trouble is ayin kaf resh. Akkad. Akkad means to disturb or to have in disorder. I didn't know a man can do that to his own house. This man can have his own house in disorder. He says, shall inherit the wind. You ain't going to receive nothing by it. Yeah. Nothing. And the fool shall be servant to a wise heart. The fruit of the righteous. What is the fruit of the righteous? The effect of consequences of actions. The fruit of the righteous is the tree of life. Your consequences, the effect of your consequences is what caused you to live. That's right. What caused you to live? He said, he that winnoweth souls is wise. Now, the word winnoweth, it means to conquer. Lamed Kuf, I think it's Ket. Lamed Kuf, Ket. Yeah. Loqueach. It means to conquer. And he that conquers his spirit is wise. He that ruleth his spirit is a wise man. Because you're able to rule your spirit and not feed your spirit that which it desires. It desires and wants the things that is contrary to God, and you're able to rule your spirit and not give it that. Not giving it. That person is wise. See, the book tells us the ways of a wise man. And your spirit and your lustful desires increase to see if you're going to rule your spirit and not give it what it wants. He said, behold, the righteous shall be a recompense in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner. So hold that there. And now, remember I told you before, right? I was going to go to when it says to destroy, shakha, destroy, corrupt, and ruin, and that was verse 9. So I'm going to reiterate, I'm going to go over verse 9, right? I'm going to go over verse 9 right now, and then go to Jeremiah 13. He said, a hypocrite with his mouth, a hypocrite, a profane or impious person with his mouth destroyeth his neighbor. The word for destroy is shachat, means to ruin, to corrupt, or to destroy. Right? Remember that. Let's go to Jeremiah 13.
Jeremiah chapter 13.
Jeremiah chapter 13. Let me get there. Yeah, all right, time sheet.
Thus saith the Lord unto me.
Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith God. Read.
Unto me.
Unto me.
Go and get thee a linen girdle.
Go and get thee a linen girdle.
And put it upon
a girdle, the word a girdle, and put it upon your loins. Now, girdle only covers your loin area. Okay? Your loins is from your hip to the end of your waist. That's from here to the end of your waist is right below, just below your private area. It's a whole area here. And that's what when Eve and Adam and Eve, when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the thing that God commanded them not to eat from, their eyes were open to general view. They were simple before they ate that. They were innocent. They didn't have no knowledge of evil. No general views. There was only one way, to where God gave them a command and they followed the command. They didn't know good or bad, evil or good, righteousness or holiness, or profaneness or wickedness. And they went, made a girdle to cover their loin area. Right? God covered them with robes of skin. He said, now, and put it not in water. So I got a girdle according to the word of the Lord and put it on my loins. And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time, saying, take the girdle that thou hast got, which is upon thy loins, and arise, go to Euphrates. He said, take the, right? And hide it there in the hole of the rock. Take the girdle, hide it in the rock. Right? So I went and hid it by Euphrates, as the Lord commanded me. And it came to pass after many days, the Lord said unto me, arise, go to Euphrates, and take the girdle from thence, which I commanded thee to hide there. Then I went to the Euphrates and digged, and took the girdle from the place where I hid it, and behold, the girdle was marred. It was profitable for nothing. Now, the word for marred is shakat. It means corrupt, ruin, and destroy. Okay? Now, ruin, it means to damage irreparably. Beyond repair, which means it cannot be repaired. Irreparably, the opposite of irreparably is to repair. When you look up the definition of repair, you know what that means? When God ruins you, you're damaged irreparably. You will not make repairs. You will not make repairs. With who? With God. You're not going to bethink yourself with God. To repair, to make repairs means to betake oneself. Think about yourself. To commit yourself to God. When you betake yourself, you commit yourself to God. To return and make good with God. So when God ruined you, you're not going to make repairs with God. A lot of us are ruined. A lot of us are ruined, and we are damaged irreparably to where we don't make repairs with God, because you can't, because He already ruined you, and you beyond repair, and you already reached that limit of wickedness where God put a block. You try to come back, bing, stops you. Nah, you ain't coming back here. That's it. It's over. No more repairs. I don't want you back. Live out the rest of your life until I get ready to kill you. That's it. That's it. And that's why people don't acknowledge their ways. That's why people don't acknowledge their doings. That's why people don't have that sense of awareness to make repairs to God. That's why certain things don't move these people. That's why certain experiences that they see with their eyes don't move them. Okay? It also means to subject to frustration, failure, and disaster. To subject means what?
That's what you're going to go through.
This is what you're going to go through. This is what I'm going to put you through. So now we're going to dig into these words here. Frustration. To induce. When you induce something in person, you increase it in them. You put it in them. Listen what this is now. And you're going to see the ways of these people going in the same manner to induce feelings of discouragement. When God induced feelings of discouragement in you, you ain't courageous to do His laws. You don't have, because in order to do God's law, you got to be courageous. You got to have a certain type of courage to push for God's law. So God induced discouragement in you to detour you away from His laws, His commandments, His statutes, because I call this to my own works of my own hands. All right? That's one. Failure. Failure to perform an expected action. What expected action? God expects one thing of us. God expects one thing of me: to fear God and keep His commandments. Because that, he said, but what is this? He said, what is the duty of, whole duty of man? What is the whole duty of man? But to fear God and keep His commandments. And be by a man fearing God to keep His commandments, everything else behind me gonna follow suit. My wife gonna follow suit. My children gotta follow suit. And the last word, disaster. A sudden, calamitous event bringing great damage, loss, or destruction. You mean to tell me God got to put you through all this? That's what you're telling me. Now, to destroy means to what? To ruin the structure or the condition of. The structure is your physical or mental condition. When God destroys the structure of a person, your physical can be destroyed, can be ruined, or the way you think is off. Is off. Now, to put out of existence is also the meaning, but the key to this is not to die in your iniquity. Because we all gotta go one day. We all gotta go one day. Right? Now, corrupt, to alter, to change from what God has set up. To change from what God has set up. When I change and flip from what God has set up, I'm corrupt. That's what makes me a corrupt person. All right? So, okay. We're on to verse 8. He said, then the word of the Lord
came unto me, saying,
Thus saith the Lord,
after this manner will I
will I
mark
the pride of Judah
and the great
pride of Jerusalem. You see what God is doing to us? Because we refuse to hearken to his laws, his commandments, and statutes. So, because we refuse to hearken to his laws, his commandments, and statutes, he's going to destroy us. He's going to corrupt us. He's going to ruin us. He's going to make us a subject to frustration and failure and disaster. He's going to make you irreparable. You can't repair it.
You're
not going to be able to. At this point in time, God will not accept you because you don't reach a part, a limit of demarcation, point of no return. This evil people,
which refused to
you see what he called us? He said, this evil people. And what makes you evil is because you refuse to hear God, the word of God. You refuse to hearken to his word. You can't make people feel the way you feel for God. You cannot make people feel the way you feel for God. They have to acquire that feeling on their own by being determined. By having a certain amount of determination for God's laws, by not sinning presumptuously. He said, "There's evil people which refuse to hear my words, which walk in the imaginations of their heart." Sherirut. It means the stubbornness of your heart. Stubborn means unyielding.
Won't change.
You won't change. Difficult to manage. And when a person becomes unyielding and difficult to manage, now I can't deal with you no more, man. Because you won't yield. So I gotta just leave you alone and leave you to your own space, to your own understanding, leave you to yourself. Okay? Now, unyielding, right? And walk after, he said, imagination of their heart, and walk after other gods to serve them and to worship them, shall even be as this girdle which is good for nothing. So it takes a certain type of person in order for God to ruin you this way. You cannot be stubborn. If you are stubborn and unyielding and you won't change, then God is going to ruin you. He's going to destroy you. He's going to corrupt you. He's going to subject you to frustration and failure and disaster. But in order not to be this way, I cannot be stubborn. I can't be stubborn to God. You understand? He said, well, at the other gods to serve them and to worship them shall even be as this girdle, which is good for nothing. For as the girdle cleaveth to the loins of a man, so have I caused to cleave unto me the whole house of Israel and the whole house of Judah, saith the Lord. That's who we're supposed to be cleaving to. We're supposed to join God. And how do we join God? By adhering to his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. But we have grown a desire to follow after idols and deities that profit for nothing. We always was a people that always wanted to serve gods of wood and stone, following after the ways and the customs of the people that we live amongst. Always want to follow them. But this is a job within oneself. This is a job between each and every one of us, not to follow after the ways and the customs of the heathens, so that God don't look at you as the same as them, so that God don't deal with you the same like them. All right? He said, therefore, verse 12.
Therefore, thou shalt speak unto them this word. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel. Every bottle shall be filled with wine.
Every bottle shall be filled with wine.
And they shall say unto thee, do we not certainly know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? Then thou shalt say unto them, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, even the kings that sit upon David's throne, and the priests and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness.
Drunkenness. At this point in time, everybody is gone off. Even the priest is gone off. It's gone off. So when God fill you with drunkenness, guess what? You're not going to be in the right frame of mind. All right? You're not going to be in the right frame of mind. You're going to do things. You're going to stumble always. Like a drunk man stumble. You're going to always be stumbling. Right? A drunkenness. Right? Look at the definition of drunkenness. It means unsteady. Unsteady. Right? Unsteady meaning you're not going to be steady with God.
Right.
You're going to be up and down, 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 riding the fence, undecided. What verse is that?
14.
Okay. It said, hear ye and give ear. Be not proud, for the Lord has spoken it. Be not proud, meaning humble yourself. Not being proud, not being haughty, not being arrogant, not being assertive. Sometimes we got to revert back, right? Assertive means to state or to declare in a forceful, aggressive way.
Assertive.
To state or declare in a forceful, aggressive way. The only thing that I am assertive in is the laws and the commandments of God. You can't force your doings on me.
You only count for you.
No. Now, God wasn't even assertive. God wasn't assertive. He gave us a choice. Right. And we can't be, I don't even be assertive in the laws of God because God gave you a choice. The only people that I'm assertive and I force this on is my household. God gave you a choice. You want to serve God? Serve God. You want to serve the God that's on the other side of the floods? Then you go ahead and serve them. But what Joshua's last word was, but as for me and my household, we going to serve the Lord. We going to serve the Lord. Okay? Now, we got to ask ourselves, most of the time, you ask yourself, did Abraham move this way? Okay? Ask yourself that sometimes. And now you'll come up with an answer. He said, give glory to the Lord your God before he calls darkness. Don't wait until God calls darkness or puts you through the ringer for you to acknowledge God or to give glory to him. He said, before your feet stumble. Stumble is a what? A stumbling block. The stumbling block is what caused you to fall into iniquity, into sin, upon the dark mountains. But if you will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride. You read what God is saying? I don't wish evil on you. I'm going to cry for you, man. Because I'm trying to pull you in to show you what's important. What you need to be doing to be accepted of God, but you chose the opposite. God said, man, I'm going to cry for your pride. I'm going to cry for you, man. I'm not going to wish nothing evil on you. Right? He said, I'm going to cry for your secret places for your pride. And mine eye shall weep sore and run down with tears because the Lord's flock is carried away captives. Say unto the king and to the queen, humble yourselves, sit down. For your what? Principalities shall come down.
Even the crown of your glory.
Even the crown of your glory. Now hear this out now. The word for principalities is mad memresh ashut. Mad ashut. Principalities, right? Mad ashut means your standards and your dominion. Now let me explain that then. Your dominion is your supreme authority. We ain't gonna be in supreme in authority no more. Okay. Which took me all the way back when Isaac blessed Esau and told him that he is going to break the yoke. We are not in supreme authority. Why we are not in supreme authority? Why our dominion has been broken is because we refuse to hearken to the creator of heaven and earth. Now, standards is something that is set up and established by authority and rule. Standards is something that is set up and established by God, a structure that was built by God. Guess what? That declined too. That went on the decline. You know why? Because we push the standards and the things that God has set up away with it. I don't want nothing to do with that no more. I do away with these things. God is showing us the way and the things that went down because of what we did and how we should be and how we shouldn't be. Read the book. Okay? He said, your principalities, your standards, and your dominions shall decline. Okay? That's right. He said, even the crown of your glory. Okay? The cities of the south shall be shut up. And none, that's right, that's Judah. And none shall open them. Judah shall be carried away captives. All of it shall be wholly carried away captives. Lift up your eyes and behold them that come from the north. Where is the flock that was given thee? That beautiful flock. He said, he's referring that to Israel. He said, where's the flock that I was given thee? He said, where's my people at, man? They ain't here no more. He said, what wilt thou say when he shall punish thee? For thou hast taught them to be captains and as chiefs over thee. Shall not sorrows take thee as a woman in travail? And if thou say in thine heart, wherefore come these things upon me? Why is this coming upon me? When you begin to say that, he said, for the greatness of thine iniquities are the skirts discovered. Because of the things that you did, why God discovered your iniquities. Why God caused you to go through these things, and thy heels made bare. Can the Ethiopian change his skin? Can an Ethiopian change his skin? No. Can you change your skin? No. I can't change my skin. I am what I am. Right? Or the leopard in spots. Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. And the word for accustomed, the word for accustomed is lemude. Okay? Lemude. Comes from the word lamud, right? Lamed men shabut's dalit. It means trained or accustomed. It means to be trained or accustomed. Now, I'm going to say the whole verse in Hebrew. Tuklu le heiti le mude harea. Then may ye be able, will you prevail or will you be able to do good that is accustomed to do evil? Accustomed. To make familiar through use or experience. Practice. Your practice becomes habitual. Whatever becomes a habitual habit, it becomes your habit. So the only way these laws, you are accustomed of living a certain way. So you gotta break yourself from that lifestyle and replace it with God's lifestyle that He ordained here. And I cannot break myself by going around my family doing Thanksgiving. I cannot break myself by attending the birthdays. No. I cannot break myself by attending the Christmas and the Easter. I am making my spirit it's already accustomed to it, because that's where I came from.
You're not breaking it.
But you're not breaking your spirit. And the only way to break your spirit is to stay away. What you're doing is, like the brother said, you're strengthening your spirit towards those things. You're strengthening your spirit towards those things. Okay? Now train. Okay? You know who gets trained? Children. Sons and daughters when they're growing up. And sometimes the children sees two different types of training, because the father may train the child one way, but the mother may not agree with the way that the father is training them and take them to certain activities that God denounced. Or it could be vice versa. It ain't always, it's most of the time. Most of the time, the father is trying to train the child one way and the mother detours them. Then sometimes you run into a situation where the mother is training the child one way, according to what God said. But nowadays, we have men that do not have the determination of women now. You got a lot of women that have more determination than men. And the men take the child and show them something different than what the righteousness of what the woman is showing them. It wasn't like that before. Seen cases like that. So the word train, it means to direct the growth of. How do I direct the growth of this child? By teaching them. I'm gonna give an example, and I told an example to Prince Zakaria. I always talk to my son about the law and the commandments, about carrying burdens on the Shabbat day. So me and my son, we walked to a camp. I ain't gonna say what camp it is. We walked to a camp, and a brother asked him to pick something up, pick a cone up, put it inside or get it out the way. My son remembered my teachings and what I told him about carrying anything in your hands. So instead of him carrying it, you know what he did? He didn't even look at it. It was off instinct, immediate instinct. He went and started kicking it towards the door. Kick it till it get close to the door. And the brother noticed that he's kicking it, he's not picking it up. And he came over and picked it up and took it inside. That's what he know. I told him already, don't carry nothing. Now, I'm not going to repeat it, and I'm not going to be in your ear. I'm going to sit back and watch. I'm going to sit back and watch and see if he was attentive and see if you hearken to what I showed you. Hearken to what I told you. That's how you direct the growth of your child, by teaching them and directing their growth according to what God says. To form by instructions. I am forming this child by instructions, by discipline, and by drills. You know what drill is? When you do something repeatedly. You do something over and over. It don't stop. It don't stop. This is something that we got to do over and over. It never stops. And with that, all right, God was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Levi. What's up?
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my teacher, my leader, and my father, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, Chief Levi. Giving all due respect, Chief Ben, princes, mothers of Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
See, what Chief Shaman was just teaching was the mentality, how our hearts, which is our emotions and feelings, and our thoughts, and everything is supposed to be towards this, and how certain righteous actions will lead to more righteous actions. Wicked actions lead to more wicked actions. Okay?
Right.
And the guide is these commandments.
Right.
These commandments are very detrimental. We're going to go to Leviticus chapter 18 verse. This is the foundation of what Israel is all about. Okay? This is the heritage of God. You know, when you get somebody dies, they leave a will, right? They say, well, I leave my fortune and my inheritance to this guy, right?
Right.
This is what you got to treat this as. This has been preserved till the year 2022. For us to dig in and apply, read. The reason why you got to read is so that you can apply. The reason why you have to read is over and over, is so that when you are confronted in your head or in front of you with wickedness, you will remember God. It said Tobit remembered God and his commandments. And so he didn't eat of the king's meat. He didn't eat the bread of the Gentiles. That's what kept it. He said he remembered because this is how he's been living. He never left from it. So these are detrimental and it's mandatory. If everybody said they want to serve God, right? You want to do what God said? These commandments is what it is. Leviticus chapter 18.
Leviticus chapter 18. Oh, that's one. Sorry. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do.
After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt, you lived there. Mm-hmm. This is where you came from. Okay? I got you out of Egypt and introduced myself to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before that happened, you lived in Egypt. They lived in Egypt for 400 years.
That's right.
And they lived just like them. They lived amongst them and under them because they were slaves.
Right.
So everything that the Egyptians did, everything they wore, everything they ate, how they did things, their mannerisms, their customs, their ordinance. You know what their ordinance is? The days that they gather. Every nation and every people have days that they gather. They have celebrations. They have a cause and a meaning for coming together. These things were taught by Israelites when they grew up. They grew up in Egypt. The same way everybody grows up in America and in other parts of the world. Well, I was born an Israelite. Yeah, I was born an Israelite. A lot of people were born Israelites, right? But you wasn't born in the land of Israel where your people was at, amongst a community of Israelites. We didn't get that.
Right.
They got this. Okay? They were born like how we were born now, in Egypt, in America.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Under someone. Okay? After the doings. Now, doings means the customs, mannerisms, and practices of this person or people or group of people. Customs, you just heard what the custom is.
Right.
It comes from the word customary. You have made, these people have made themselves accustomed to gather on this day for this purpose. So this is the custom. Now when they have children, their children is going to automatically be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get used to it, and they get older, and they have children, and the same thing. And this is what you call training. They have been trained in the customs of the heathen. The practices, there are certain practices that are forbidden by God for us to do, keep, or tolerate in your house. That's what the doings cover. And the mannerisms, there's a certain mannerism, a behavior, okay, a physical behavior that the Egyptians do that you cannot do. So all the doings of the land of Egypt, remember, the Most High is telling them this because this is what they got in them. So he said, you cannot do this, shall ye not do. He said, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Now, where you came from, you can't do. Where I'm about to take you, you can't do. See, Israel was born in Egypt. They don't know about being independent on their own.
Mm.
Okay? They're Egyptians. They're Israelites by blood, out of Jacob, heritage, lineage. But their life is that of Egyptians. So God said, everything that y'all did in Egypt, you're going to have to drop it. You're going to have to forget it. He said, so, well, man, I've been doing this all my life, and I got to stop it like that? Yes. Mm-hmm. They had to do it. They didn't know who they was until God told Moses, yo, man, go down there and do these things here and tell them who I am, and I'm going to get them out. And, and they came out, but they still didn't know who God was.
Right.
God had to train them and build to them. He had to kill some. Some wanted to be revolutionary and stand up against what God told Moses to set up. Mm-hmm. All this is what went on in the 40 years of wilderness. So they don't know. They had to learn. And God gave them the keys. And it's been recorded and archived in these first 5 books. That's why our heads got to be in it. Because we don't have Moses. This is my Moses. This is your Moses. This is your Moses. Right. This is your prophets. This is the voice of God. This is the commandments of God in here. Every time you read it, it's God talking to you. Now, it shows whether you're going to listen or not. It said, after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you. Oh, man. The stuff we're about to read it. Some of the things that they do in Canaan, people do today. Israelites. I'm not talking about the heathen. Certain things, I leave the heathen alone with. because that is their lot. They are living their inheritance. Okay? They are to live out their lives in wickedness and die. That the whole world, yeah. It is not meant for the whole world to know God and to do these commandments. Or else God wouldn't have just dealt with these one people. Right or wrong?
That's right.
And the only reason why he dealt with these one people because of one man who was worthy out of the whole world, out of the whole planet. He had the qualities to live like this. You know what I mean by qualities? That when God told him certain things, he believed it. What you were saying last week? People like questioning things.
Yeah.
But they had doubts.
Right.
Abraham didn't have a doubt. And do you know what kind of a world he came from?
Mm-hmm.
He came from an idolatrous world.
That's right.
Top-notch idolatrous world. Babylon, Ur was like how New York is. That's the number one city to go to back then. Man, listen. But he had something in him. When God spoke to him, he's just like, it was like hypnosis for him. Because he believed everything. God didn't have to show him nothing. He didn't say, well, only question he asked. He said, man, what are you going to do? He said, how are you going to get to do all of this? And I don't have no kid. That was a logical question to ask. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
A woman, she's barren. I only got one woman. I don't got a whole bunch of women and I got one wife here. Okay? And I can't produce for her because she can't produce. So I believe you, but how is that going to get done? I ain't got no son. And then everything worked out this way. And then God opened her womb. Yeah. He gave him a child from Hagar first. Yeah. Let me get you ready. Mm-hmm. Boom. Now is the time. At this time next year, she will be pregnant. Mm-hmm. And call his name Yitzchak. Because in her heart, I heard her. God heard her. Remember, it's tents. Mm-hmm. This is the door of the tent. You see if I can go in the tent? See this curtain? Right. This is the door. I can stay from behind there and have a conversation. You can be in here. You don't have to be. She wasn't like this. She wasn't all by the door. She was in her space. But she heard the conversation that God had with Abraham. And he said, behold, she said, Sarah, your wife. And she laughed, man. She heard this conversation and she laughed in her heart. That's why the boy's name is laughter. But she laughed out of the fact that she's going to have pleasantries. She's going to have pleasure, physical pleasure with her husband. That they haven't had that in years. So, I mean, that's right. It made her, it tickled her. Made her giggle, made her laugh. But she wasn't laughing at it. But God was telling Abraham about the future. She wasn't laughing. Nah, she said, oh no, I wasn't laughing. She was telling the truth. She didn't lie. She said, I wasn't laughing. Not at that. No. He said, so now, these Canaanites, man. What is up with these Canaanites? I noticed reading this book from beginning to end, God don't like the Canaanites. God don't like them. They're full of iniquity. He don't just don't like you for no reason. We do that. We're so wicked. God is not wicked. So why would he be like this with a certain people or certain peoples? He said the iniquity of the Amorites have not yet been fulfilled. Okay? Now, the iniquity, the violations, and the things that the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Jebusites that came out of Canaan, their sins are very abominable towards God more than other people. Yeah, the Egyptians had abominable ways. The Babylonians, but it was these Canaanites. And on top of that, they have a curse from Noah. Okay? From Noah. About this particular son. He didn't had more than one son. Canaan was the young, I think he was the youngest one, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it was something like, said, man, cursed be Canaan, and servant shall he be. He said, man, this guy here, he gonna get it. The rest of the sons with it, but we gonna read why, what kind of a people developed out of the son of Ham, which was Canaan. That one poor guy, he grew up and had people named after him and had tribes after him, which are called the Canaanites. And this is who inhabited Israel before the Israelites. They called it the land of Canaan. Before it was called Israel, that's what it was called, the land of Canaan, because the Canaanites lived there. And this is the same land God told Abraham, he said, I want you to walk amongst these filthy people. Walk amongst them, and that's the example. We're supposed to be able to live amongst these people and not attain their ways. Mm-hmm. Because Abraham lived amongst them. Right. But he didn't live in the city with them. No. We don't have control over that today. Right. But it shows that what you have control over, make that separation. That's right. Make it. Because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they lived on the outskirts of all the cities. Yeah. Only one time I seen Isaac was in the city with Ahimelech, right? Right. And after a while, he told him, no, you got to go. He said, you have become greater than me. And the word in the Hebrew means he had more money and he had more people. He had more servants. He was deeper. He was outnumbered. And I'm supposed to be the king here. It's making me look bad. You got to go. You got to get out of here, man. You are too great. God increased his riches like he did Abraham. So, walking amongst these people, he said, and everywhere, God said, everywhere you walk, Abraham, amongst this land of Canaan, that's where your seed I'm going to cause to inherit. So he said, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, where I'm about to bring you, shall ye not do. You cannot do after their doings. Okay? Neither shall ye walk in their ordinance. Order, the order of how they do their lives. Okay? He said you're going to go amongst them, but you can't follow nothing they do. Nothing. He said, you shall do my judgments. God said, now look, they got judgments, they got commandments, they got an order, they got ordinances, they got this. He said, but forget that. Don't follow none of that. He said, you shall do my judgments and keep mine ordinances, to walk therein, to live in it. To walk in something is to live in it. To walk the path of God is to live in the commandments. That's how you walk the path of God. An individual walks the path of God by living in his commandments. Right. It has nothing to do with nobody else. Okay? Mm-hmm. So everybody has ordinances, laws. You go to another country right now, the laws are different, right or wrong. That's right. To this country. That's right. And they're gonna tell you, man, well, no, this is not America. You can't come here and bring that stuff here. Put them in jail. But man, this is nothing in America. But it's something in Russia. Yeah. But it's something in the Middle East. It's something over here in Australia. Mm-hmm. The laws and the ordinance is different. The mannerisms and the people are different. Right. Everywhere you go, every country is different. Right? That's their ordinance. God said, ye shall keep my order, my ordinances. God has his set of ordinances that is apart from the world. Yeah. And that's what we got to read about, apply, and keep. He says, so keep his ordinances in order to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. He said, ye shall therefore keep my statutes. Verse 5.
He shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments. Which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord.
If you do it, that means you're living it. If you live in it, you're doing it. In order to live in it, you have to do it. Which if a man do, he shall live in it. That's a commandment. If he's doing it, it's an automatic. You living in the ways of his commandments, of his judgments. Now his judgments, you gotta leave that alone today.
That's right.
From what you just read, that verse, said to the king and to the queen, I'm going to take their principalities, their standards, how people looked up to them and dealt respectfully and honorably to them, their dominion, their control, everything about them, and bring it down. Bring it down. When that happens, you become a slave.
Yeah.
You become a slave, and that's what happened to the rest of them that was left. They became slaves, and they followed, and they died in the land of their enemies. Now it's the land of your nativity.
Right.
You ain't got no enemies. You're not a people to have enemies.
Yeah.
So now you're born. I was born in Panama. I was born in Tobago. I was born in Jamaica. I was born in Nova Scotia, Canada. This guy here was born over here. This people was born here in America. This guy's from Europe with different ordinances in life. Okay? God said you got to drop that. He said, yo, all the doings of the land in Egypt wherein you dwelt, wherein you dwelt, you lived there, so you did it. You got to cut it. All the things that you was taught, you have to dead that. Your spirit gonna feel away because you are, the word again, accustomed. You become used to these things. You become familiar, familiar rehearsing it. But in order to do that, all right, you can't just stop and leave and fill it up with nothing. You understand? You stop these things and you start keeping God's commandments. Is there going to be a substitute? You ever heard somebody say, man, what's wrong with you? Why are you substituting one drug for another? You ever see somebody do that? Yeah. They say, man, I quit. I finally quit. I don't do that no more. It's over. And then when you see them, he stopped drinking alcohol, and now he starts smoking cigarettes. So he dropped one hazard, one habit that is dangerous, and jump to another one. Okay? That's why God said you got to cut this and then bring my stuff in. Because if you don't bring my stuff in, you're going to replace this with what you was doing before. That's right. Or another people ordinance, or something you made up. That's how it goes. He said, none of you shall approach. Now you're going to hear about the capital violations and abominations of the people of Canaan, all right? Of the people of Canaan, all right? Right. Now, listen to the things. Now, look, there was a time when these abominations only Canaan did. Right. All right? This is a fact because the Most High is going to explain it later. Time sheet. Oh, yeah, good.
None of you.
Verse 6.
None of you. None of you shall approach to any that is of near kin to him. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin, that is family, blood related. Right. Kin means blood related. Oh, but that's my third cousin. All that is family related. Okay? Brother, sister, uncle, father, aunt, mother, father. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Niece, nephew. The daughter and the son of your niece and nephew. All these are your next of kin. What we call today your family. Right. Okay? Said you cannot approach to any that is near kin to him. To uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. So I can approach you to talk to you. I can approach you to fight you, right or wrong. Right. You know when a person
most of the time when a person is approaching you, they are physically directing their body towards you.
Right.
Right or wrong.
Right.
You know when a woman approaches you and how she approaches you. Right or wrong.
Right.
Okay. So you cannot, and this is for the men. He said, you don't approach any that is next of kin or near of kin to him. The approach is to uncover their nakedness.
Right.
Why am I uncovering their nakedness? So we can have sex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's why. This is what the Canaanites used to do. Family incest.
Right.
That's what they call incest. All right?
Right.
So all their children are bastard children. Never mind, in Canaan world, these two are married, but they were brother and sister and they had a child. This is how they got down. These are the people that God told Israel don't follow, and Israel followed. Okay? So we got to look at ourselves now. Because people do this today. People approach to their next of kin to uncover their nakedness. To uncover one's nakedness, this phrase means to have sex. To cohabitate.
Right.
To do with them. Verse 7.
The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother, shalt thou not uncover.
He's going to get down. We're going to break down who is near kin, and it starts with father and mother. Okay?
That's right.
The nakedness of your father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right.
That's your mother. And today, you have dudes that sleep with their mothers. And it takes balls to do that.
Yeah.
Why are you sleeping with your son? Why did you bring him up this way? Why are you sleeping with your daughter? Why did you bring her up this way? One guy slept with his daughter, had a child, and slept with that child and had a child. Man, that's what's going on today. These are the ways of the Canaanites. I'm showing you that the whole world gets down like this, where it was just a people here. It got spread to the whole world. You got dudes laying with their grandmothers. You got grandfathers abusing and molesting their grandchildren. Uncles doing it to their nieces. Come on, man. Brothers doing it to little brothers, little sisters, cousins. All of this is where it came from. This is what God was stamping out by the children of Israel, killing all these people. You kill these abominations. It wouldn't have spread it this way.
That's right.
So I said, when God said, yo, man, not yet, because their iniquity ain't reached the peak yet. Once it reached the peak, total wipeout. He said, utterly destroy them. That was a command that was given to Saul. Right or wrong?
That's right.
He said, utterly destroy the Amalekites, leave nothing alive. That was the same command that was given to Israel concerning these people we're reading about. Okay? And you know why he left some of them alive? Well, money. It's a tributary. It's meaning, I will leave you alive. You can stay here in your homes. You can bow down to your idols. Right? Look. In my house. Because the whole land is my house now. It's Israel's house. So any city, put it like this. This apartment. Take this apartment as the land of Israel. Okay? Right? Judah is the back room. Okay? Up here is going into Syria. All right? In every room, there's no idols, no nothing. But in the back room, there's idols. Things that get done in that room don't get done in here. Okay?
Right.
That's what was going on in Israel. Certain cities, Beit Shemesh, house of what? The sun. Shemesh means sun. House of the sun. They had cities and places like that. Am I correct?
Right.
This is why God did what he did with these people. They said, man, I told you guys to wipe them all out. You didn't wipe them out. You left them alive and you married into them.
Yep.
You wasn't supposed to do that. What you were supposed to do was look, see, and don't follow.
That's it.
He said, because I left them alive now to be a snare to you, to test you, to prove you. You're going to constantly be proven. Can't make you too comfortable. Because when you get too comfortable, you violate my commandments.
Right.
You're going to be slack. You get too comfortable, you ain't going to come out with Shabbat.
That's right.
You get too comfortable, you're not going to follow these commandments. You're not going to keep them because you got too comfortable. So guess what? Now I'm keeping them alive. Now they're going to be they're going to be a thorn in your side. And now it wasn't just them, the Philistines too, the Syrians too. Why? Because when you commit iniquity, now I'm going to bring these guys up to come against you. Why? Moabites. All these people coming up against them when they sin. Akio said it best. So when these people don't have no iniquity in them before their God, pass over them. Leave them alone. Pass over them like the death angel passed over them in the land of Goshen. That's why it's called Passover. Because he passed over the children of Israel to hit up the firstborn of Egypt. All those who had the blood in their houses, on the doorpost and the upper lintel, it was death passed over their house. You know what that is, man? Death do a sweep, an immediate sweep of this whole block. That ain't no joke, man. The nakedness of thy father's wife. Now, this is not your mother. This is your father's wife. He is allowed to have more than one. Or your mother died and he remarried. Right or wrong?
Right.
Sarah died. Abraham. Later on, years later, he married Keturah.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
You can't go into her.
No.
Oh, well, she ain't my mother. No. That happens also.
Yeah, that's your father's wife.
They push these things. Okay? Got the mother now. Father not around. The father has a son with another woman, right? She ain't got no business looking at that son.
No.
And he ain't got no business looking at him. That's your father's wife.
That's right.
Doesn't have to be your mother. It's not about you. That's our problem. We're so selfish. You make everything about you, even these commandments. You want to do it according to you. You can't do that. It said the nakedness. See where it says, the nakedness of thy father's wife, thou shalt not uncover, is thy father's nakedness. See?
That's right.
Whatever woman you marry, her nakedness belongs to the man that she's married to. Okay? And it's only for him to be whole. Okay? When another individual sees that or beholds that, you don't see my nakedness.
Right.
Not saying that he saw my private parts, but he saw the nakedness of my wife, and she belongs to me, and she's one with me.
My nakedness.
So that's my nakedness too. That's an extension of my nakedness right there. Her nakedness is mine because she belongs to me. So you violate in so many different ways. That's why I said, he saw his father's nakedness when he went into the villa.
Right.
But he didn't see his father's privates. He said the nakedness of thy sister, right?
The daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother.
Okay.
What does
you see? He had to make this one clear too, because it said the daughter of thy father or the daughter of thy mother. They call that today's stepsister. That's your sister. There's no step in between that. That's still the daughter of the same father you got, or the daughter of the same mother you got. Because God knows, hey, man, this person might die. Or I may have given her a divorce and sent her out. But we had kids before this, right or wrong. We had kids prior. I had kids prior to this marriage. I have a son prior to the kids that I got with you. He said, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness shall thou not uncover. The nakedness of his sister. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She's not my mother, she's her mother. We're still sisters, right? We got the same father. Right. Oh, we got the same mother. Right. It doesn't have to make both. You don't have to have the same mother and father. Right. All you need is one, right. Father or mother. Mm-hmm. That's your sister. Because what makes it that way is the link up between the father and the mother. Right. Okay? That's what makes it the link up. Verse 10.
The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter.
The nakedness of my son's daughter, my daughter, or my granddaughter. That's what they call your granddaughter.
Or thy daughter's daughter.
My daughter's daughter. Your granddaughter.
Even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
Why is it supposed to be a
theirs is thine own nakedness.
When it says we're naked, you're not supposed to uncover, meaning I am not supposed to go towards them with sexual cohabitation. Right. That's what that term means. Okay? He said, but theirs
is thine own
nakedness. I'm messing with my own nakedness. That's like I got a garden and I take weeds and put it in there in my own garden to eat up the garden. But it's mine. I'm looking at my own nakedness. I'm looking at ones that come forth from my lineage physically. It's too close. It's too close. That's what that means. You're looking at your own stuff. It's too close, man. It said the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter. My father has a wife. She's not my mother, right? Mm-hmm. But my father's wife, his wife's daughter. He had a daughter. Well, begotten of my father. That's a sister that my father had with another woman beside my mother. That's my sister. He said, she is thy sister, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. He said, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. Okay? He said, she is thy father's near kinswoman. That's the closest relation to your father on his side. Right. That's the first kinswoman. First, beside the mother, all right, I have my mother, I'm the father. Beside my mother, the females closest to me is who? My sisters. Right. Those are my kinswomen. He said, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Right. Same thing on the mother's side. Right. He said, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother.
Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thy mom.
That's how you wind up seeing the nakedness of your father's brother. Right. Because you don't go to him, you go into his wife. He has a wife. They say, well, how was she your aunt? Oh, she's just my aunt by marriage. Meaning she wasn't blood related. She became family by marriage. Right. That's your father's brother's wife. She's not from the family, but now she is because she belongs to my father's brothers. So it's the same as if I go into my father's wife. I see his nakedness. That's his nakedness. So that's my father's brother's nakedness.
Verse 15.
Okay. See, it said, "Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt." You see, your father and your mother's sisters, right?
Right.
They are named kinswomen, near kinswoman. Right. The aunts are the ones who got married to your father's brothers, to your father, your uncle. Right. Whoever your uncle married, that's your aunt. Right. But my mother and my father's sisters are kinswomen. They're closer than the aunt. They're the near kinswoman. Right. He said, "Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law." That's my son's daughter. I have to look at her the same way I look at my own daughter. And she got to deal with me like her own father. That's right. That's my daughter. Why? Because she married to my son. So she get the same props. And in return, that's my husband's father. And I'm going to deal with him as if he was biologically my father. Mm-hmm. They like to use that word, biologically. Would you that same respect and that same honor is given? But people don't do these things today, man. Right. People don't do these things today. Why do you want her, but you want to go at it with the father? Yeah. You don't like, I don't get along with our parents. What do you mean you don't get along with our parents? What do you mean? See, the reason why is everything is out of whack. The parents were the one who arranged the marriages, am I correct? Mm-hmm. The parents were the one who approved of the marriage. The father, mainly. Right or wrong? Right. That's who approved of, look, man. Say, I approve for you to marry this man. I approve for you to marry this woman. They did that. They set it up. Mm-hmm. That's how it was back then. Or in Samson's case, he saw a damsel he liked. He didn't go to the father and mother, did he? No. He went and got his parents. Right or wrong? Right. And his parents, they traveled to the parents of the woman that he wanted. So my parents come and talk to your parents. That's official, man. That's an ancient custom. Right. God accepts that. Yeah. Tell me he don't. God accepts that. If I had my parents go to my parents and say, man, I saw a girl, I just can't, man. I don't know who she was or who she was. Blah, 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 blah. My father and mother, the next week, we go to that camp. And they go to speak. They don't say nothing to her. I don't say nothing to her. She don't say nothing to me. Right. I don't say nothing to the parents. The parents didn't say nothing to me. Mm-hmm. My parents speak to her parents. They make the deal. Yo, a relationship built on that status will stand. It will stand. And that's how they did it. Mm-hmm. Why? The reason why is because that's how Abraham said, yo, man, listen, man, I don't want my son marrying none of these, what they call them, trees? Yeah. Trees, dots, hoes, chicken heads. I don't want him messing with that. That was the daughters of Canaan. That's right. That was them. They were born out of incest. Mm-hmm. They look good. They weren't an ugly woman. It wasn't too good. I'm going to say something right now. As far as ugly woman is concerned, there was no ugly woman up there, man. Leah wasn't ugly. Her eye was lazy. She was still cute, still pretty. Just had a lazy eye. But women did not look manly. See how they look today? They got jawline stronger than mine. They didn't look like that. They were fair countenance. He said, man, I don't want my son marrying none of those women around here. None of these women around here. We got to go from afar and get a woman. They don't know, she don't know God, but she might as well. That's all she needs now, switch gods, because her ways match this God's ways. Mm-hmm. She's humble, Christ. She's not ratchet. She's not loud and boisterous.
Right.
And you know, it's not good for a man to be that way either.
Right.
You know that, right? A man that serves God, a man that's trying to get so godly, you're not supposed to be all ratchet and boisterous and loudly outspoken. These are not the behavior becoming of it. This is how the Canaanites got down.
Verse 16.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness.
Your brother's wife. See, this is why you ain't supposed to be. If once it's somebody's wife, man, it don't have. Look, it could be your brother, it could be your friend, it could be a total stranger. Stay out of her face. That's how you deal with that. Stay out of her face, and you don't want to be in no other man's face. That means you are not all the way for your husband. If you crave attention from any other man, older, younger, whatever, you got some work to do. You are not faithful. You can be broken. You will turn. You will commit adultery. One of those men that you get vibe attention off of can get in your ear. How else can a man seduce a woman? How else? How did I get in a situation where me and you alone and I can kick it to you? You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. No, we avoid those things.
Right?
You avoid those things. That's why Joseph had to run.
That's right.
They was the only ones in the house. Mm-hmm. She looked, she said, oh, wow, ain't nobody around. Let me see if I can get it. But this man, he said, how can I do this and sin before God? This is going to be a sin. You belong to this man, which is, and it's even worse. I work for him. He's my master. He feed me. So it's all types of wrong here, man. I can't do that. You think she can? You think they care? No. You think the daughters of Canaan care? Whether they on their period or not? They don't care about that. They don't count. They have not been taught the ways of God to even know that you have to count and complete a 7-day cycle. And if not, it go past the days. You got to wait till it stop bleeding. Then count. They don't do that. They don't know that. Certain Israelites don't know that. Ask around. Ask questions. I bet you. Make a general test in each camp and ask that. Everybody's going to fail that part. They don't know nothing about that. But see, that's why they didn't want their sons marrying into these daughters, because they were grown up with ways of abomination that was against God. Mm-hmm. And that's going to come out in their children. And then their children's children, their children's children. And this thing just dies. And that's it. There's nobody going to be walking around talking about God or doing what we're doing today on Shabbat. Nobody. Nobody. Because it happened already. There was a period of time where nobody was doing this. God woke people up in this generation, a couple of generations ago, in this era. He woke people up. Nobody was doing this. Israelites got killed off. Whoever got left died, and that was it. So I'm not going to be home buddy and goopy and friendly with my brother's wife. There will be a sign of respect and a line in space. We're not going to get that familiar with each other. I don't play that. I don't play that. I don't do that with no man's woman. Even if you say this is my whore, I respect it as if we said that was his wife. It belongs to him. Okay? Just remember one thing, man. The Levite, he didn't like what they did to his woman. Okay? But he pushed her out there. Well, why? He was going to do it to him. Okay?
Right.
He did not like what they did. They didn't have to kill him. They killed him. They didn't have to do it. They abused her. They said they abused her. Yeah, they went into her, but they also abused her. They beat her. They tortured her. She couldn't take it no more. She died. The man said, I'm not going to go into this city of strangers. You know who that was? Canaanites. He said, I'm not going to go into the Canaanite city. I'm going to go into the Benjamite city where my brethren are at, where I'm safe, where I ain't got to worry about certain things going on around here. But the man went there, and had the same thing he was going to get in Canaan, in the cities of Canaan. A lot of people didn't miss the point with that story. They didn't miss it. He went against his own, and the same thing happened. Neither is it. Thou shalt not know the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. That means you messing with the woman and the daughter. Right. Or you got a woman, and then you meet the mother and you go messing with her. You can't do that. This goes on today. And it's not just the man that initiates this no more. Back then it was the man. Women weren't bold like that. They didn't get down like that. Now they do. He said, neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, but they are her near kinswoman. It is wickedness. It's wickedness. That's her near kinswoman. Right. You can't do that. He said, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. Can't mess with sisters. Oh, but look at Jacob. Listen, man. That was done way before these laws were given out. What he said before, it was established. Okay? And back then, they didn't go too far from their kin. You don't notice that? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob time, they were so separated, they married within the family. Right. Because everything outside is corrupt. Now you don't have to do that. God already, there's enough people on the earth, first of all. And second of all, God set the standards now. He said, also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for uncleanness, as long as she is on her menstrual cycle. You can't go near her. That's why she has her own place, her own quarters, her own tent, her own room, her own apartment, her own house, her own quarters, where she has her own chairs and beds to sit and lay on, because it is separated. It is for her separation. Meaning, while she's on her cycle, this is what she sits on now. She don't sit on the other stuff that she sit on when she clean, because this chair is clean. Right. She's going to use this chair that she always used when she get unclean. Now this is the unclean chair. You know why this is the unclean chair? Because it stays unclean. When she become clean, that chair stays unclean. Right. Because it is set. It is set apart for when she becomes unclean. That's what it means. Set apart for her uncleanness. So a man now, you cannot go in her as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. He said, moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her. He said, moreover, he said, besides this, don't lie carnally, presumptuously. Carnally means it has to do with sexual lust and desire, okay? With your neighbor's wife. Your neighbor both ways. Your neighbor across the hall, your neighbor, the brother that do Lord just like you. That's his right to defile thyself with her. Once you lay with her, you defiled yourself before God. There are a lot of ways to defile yourself. People think you defile yourself just by eating unclean or touching something that's unclean. You defile yourself with who you lay with. How about that? Now you see, these are the ways of the Canaanites, and they live like this every day for generations and generations. And their iniquities were fulfilled very early. The Egyptians are still around. The Romans are still around. The Greeks are still around. Where are these people at? They got absorbed with Babylonians, with Syrians, with Hebrews. They got absorbed and they got spread out. That's what happened. That's what happened, man. So when I committed, so this is adultery, because that's somebody's wife. So when I commit adultery, I defile myself before God with her. He said, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Molech, we call it Momo, is a god, a deity, right? That they say controls fire. Really and all is a demon of hell. That's what it really is. And it represents fire of destruction. Of whose destruction? Man's destruction. That's what it represents. That's what the fire gods represent. The destruction of man. And man worshiped these things, right? And I devote myself to Momo, okay, by letting my children go and get burnt in the furnace of Momo. That's how they got down. That's how they got down. This is why God said, look, man, you should have no problem serving me. Because a lot of things that y'all was doing over here, you ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do this to be my people. You ain't got to burn your kids. He said, don't burn your kids. That means Canaanites was burning their kids. And then Syrians, I read in the book, and I seen it on a video on YouTube, where the Assyrians said, oh, we don't want no Canaanites down with our tribes because they burn their kids and they eat roadkill. They eat roadkill. They eat flesh that died of itself. Those were Assyrians. They ain't right by God, but they were burning. They looked down on these guys with certain acts that they did. Okay, that's why God said, kill them. That's why Jacob said, I don't want you. No, that's why Abraham didn't want Isaac marrying into them. Isaac didn't want Jacob and Esau marrying into them. But that stopped right there. That stopped after Jacob because his sons hit up Shechem, which are Hivites. Hivites are Canaanites also. And they run back the little ones, the children, the woman, everything. Who do you think they had children with? But the standard was set with those three. Certain things cannot go down with those three. We wouldn't have got what we got coming out of Jacob. You understand what I'm saying? There was no way Abraham was going to marry a Canaanite. Right. There was no way Isaac was going to do the same thing. Now see, Ishmael and Esau married Egyptian women and they married Canaanite women. Now, Rebecca was smart. After the thing that went down, when she told Jacob to go and trick her father, right? Or trick his father, right? Right after that, is when she found out. Esau said, "In his heart." Who told her? Only God or an angel who told her this. Because he said it in his heart, man. He said it in his heart. He said, when the time of death comes to my father, I'm going to kill this guy, Jacob. I'm getting tired of him. This is the last straw, man. But he never said it out loud. This is my secret intent in my heart. I never told nobody. I told his mother. His mother knew it. She said, oh, shoot. She didn't say, hey, wait a minute. Look, listen, man. I know what you're thinking in your heart. She didn't say none of that. She didn't say none of that. She said, oh, man, my heart would be so grieved if Jacob would get any of these women from Canaan. She brung that problem to Isaac. Wow. It's smart. Isaac said, yeah, you're right. I don't want him marrying into none of this. Esau already, he said, yo, come here, Jacob. So I want you to go with your dad around. You go there. And you find a wife out of there. I'll wrap you up. Laban's family. But that was to get him away from Esau. Because she could look, Isaac could die anytime. You don't know. But when it comes to a certain man's time in life, well, he said, well, I can leave man any given time, man. Come here, sons, and he bless his sons, and he get his house in order, and then whenever that day comes, boom, you gotta be ready for it. You don't know exactly when it's coming. You might get a sign here and there or feeling, but at a certain age, you don't think like a young person no more. All right? You don't think that, oh, well, I got time. No, I ain't got time for that. Man, certain crimes an older dude ain't gonna do that when he was young. Because, okay, if I get caught, I got 5 years to give. I don't have 5 years to give now. That's why the youth do what they do. But they go, oh, yeah, I give up 20. I'll be out by the time I hit 30, 35. I'm going to still be young. I can't do that. In 30 years, I'm going to be 80. There's no way I can give no more time. So certain things, you start, because you're closer to death, you start to think about your death more and your life before God. That's right. It's that, and look, not everybody does that either. Right. Not everybody does that either. Because you got people older than me that don't think about the day of the death. They don't even consider how they're moving. Say, you know what? I've been like this for a long time before God, and I know better. Let me gear this up. You don't have people that's going to do that. Right. Today, it's not fire, it's water. It's water. In the church, in Christianity, they doused them with water. They dipped them. They sprinkled them. We call it a baptism. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's been modernized with water. Back then, it was fire. It's the same devotion. And all of these deities has been put together into one. Okay? Christianity, the beginning of Christianity started with Nimrod. And all demonic, all that stuff is hooked up with it. In over the years of mankind, it has been all put together. So when they did this, they devoted their seed to the fires of Momo. God said, don't do that. Now, in Babylon, they did that on the regular. Ancient Babylon, ancient Assyria, they did that. Abraham came from a place where they did that. So, really not nothing for me to kill my son for you, God. You said, kill him? All right, come on, Isaac, let's go. There was no such thing about, oh, man. They didn't think like that, not even the heathen. Moab went to war with Israel. Israel beat Moab. The Moabite king fled, went back home, grabbed his son, and offered him to Momo on the wall. It was an easy thing for them to do that. Okay? But God said, no, don't do that because you profane the name of your God. He didn't say you're going to get unclean. He said, you're going to profane my name. It's like you're throwing dirt on my name. Okay? He said, thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. Now, no. Now you see what I say when I say the whole world is like Canaan? The whole world. This is being pushed. Homosexuality amongst men and women is being pushed amongst the children at a fast and a high rate. This thing is being pushed in cartoons. It's being pushed in songs. Every TV show, every movie, there's a scene like this. Every cartoon there's a scene like this. You gotta listen to these songs. The girl is not talking about a dude, she's talking about another girl. Her love for the person in that song is not to a man. And his love is not to a woman. He's talking about another guy. You gotta watch out for these things. Okay? You got a lot of African songs. A lot of African songs. The African community and their entertainment has taken over also. They got a lot of songs, very catchy. And you speaking in Africa. My brother Knox, he said, I know what this song is saying because I checked it out. Make sure I'm not saying nothing crazy against God. That's on point. Listen, it sound good, but ain't no telling what he's saying. He could be praising his God. Because people make songs praising their God and they blow up. That song, I want to thank you. I want to thank you. We can't sing that song. No. The next line is Heavenly Father. Song J. I want to thank you, Heavenly Father. She's thanking Jake for shining his light on her and giving her someone to love. Giving her a man. Wouldn't happen without you. It's a bad song. But you can't jam to it. Make you groove. It's a bad song. But that song is dedicated to Jake. A woman personally. Listen to the verse. It's a song dedicated to Jake. That's how I start. I want to thank you, Heavenly Father, for shining your light on me. I know it wouldn't happen without you. We ain't got no business singing that song. Without you. Look, it ain't supposed to be in your playlist. And that's an old school jam. But it can't be. And I remember that's what I sampled. Look, I sampled that song. That song is a classic. Nah. With the Most High. Nah. You can't take no song that's made, R&B song, hip hop song, remix it. You just take the music now and change the words and put God in it. No, you can't do that. David didn't do that. If that was the case, he would have took songs of the Babylonians, of the Egyptians, of the Moabites, and switched it up and put God's name in it. This is when God say He a holy God, things like that you can't do. You have to worship God the way He said worship. We can't look at them and how they worship their God, and we going through the same thing. Right? Yeah. God said, look, his altar, right? Right. He said his altar shall not, no tool shall touch it. Because if it does, it's polluted. Polluted means it's garbage. It's no good. But everybody else's a tool was hidden, and they worship their deities on something that is polluted. One king named Ahaz went to pay tribute. He looked around in Assyria and he saw an altar. And the altar was covered in gold. It was set up. It looked like a building. It looked like a building made of gold. But these things were big. And he took the design of it. And he went back. And he gave it to the priest. The priest know what that means. Look. He knows it's a violation. He can't say nothing. Look. And by him not saying nothing, he ain't wrong either. Because his job, he got to do what the king say. Look, it's certain hierarchy and structure. You just got to do what Joab did. He did what David said, right? Mm-hmm. He tried to talk a lot of it, but he said, "But the king's word prevailed." It was wrong, but the king's word prevailed. It's wrong, but your father's word prevailed. It's wrong, but your mother's word prevailed. So you gotta leave that stuff alone. When it comes to them, it ain't wrong. You following orders. That's what she said. Don't worry about that, son, man. Get in there and get that done. Get it done. He said, thou shalt not lie with mankind, the woman is an abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with beasts to defile thyself therewith. They lie with beasts now too, man. It's beyond man and woman. They don't do that so much now. They don't want a human being no more.
Yeah.
You see? This is why God uses strict chastity to where your sexual desire is contained until you are married. The man and the woman. Yeah. It is contained until you are married. And it stays within the rules of marriage. Children that are born outside of marriage, which is wedlock, whoredom, incest, rape, these children, they're not going to be accepted by God. Example, the child that David had with Bathsheba before Solomon, that was a child of adultery. Yeah. Right or wrong. Right. They committed adultery, and she got pregnant behind that. Did God let that child live? No, he killed that child. He says, a bastard shall not reign on the throne. That's one thing God ain't having. But I don't care who was wicked. They weren't bastards. We can make that clear right now. Ahab was not no bastard. None of those kings. Oh, but he did this, he did that, but they weren't bastards. That's why God killed that child. Right. And then, okay, Uriah the Hittite's dead now. He's dead now. So now you can become, he's dead. Now you can become my wife. Now the child that he had was Solomon. And God loved that child. You see that? God said, man, I love this child so much, man. I don't call him Shlomo. His name is Jedediah. Beloved of God. That this is one that God loves. That's what it means. God loved this child. He loved Solomon. But the child right before that, he killed him. Because he said, man, the bastard ain't going to sit on the throne. You had this child out of wedlock. Canaanites, most of their children, as you can see in their lifestyle, they were born out of wedlock. Right. They were born in incest. They were born out of rape. They were born out of whoredom. Now, look, you ain't going to have no child. You ain't getting the beast pregnant. The beast ain't going to get her pregnant. This is just straight wickedness, abominable wickedness. Neither shall thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down there too. It is confusion that covered the man and the woman. He just spoke to both parties. Leave the beast alone. You are not supposed to be doing nothing sexual to the animal, man. What is wrong with you? And you got people in the world that do these things, believe it or not. He said, defile not ye yourselves in any of these things. Don't defile any of these things we just finished reading. Do not commit, okay? You committed to defile yourself before God. Before God, you are defiled. You're not unclean. You're defiled. It's worse than unclean. Unclean, I could go in the shower. I could wash. I could do it and be unclean until the evening. When you defile, that's it. It stays on you. So he said, do not defile thyself with, neither shall any woman say, do not defile yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. The nations that he was talking about was not the Moabites, wasn't the Egyptians, it was the Canaanites, the nations of the Canaanites, the tribes of the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Archites, the Hittites, and all the ites, all of those guys is under Canaan. He said, these are the guys that I'm putting out before you. They did this. You can't move in and do the same thing that they just did. This is why they gave, all right, moving into a new apartment building. And the landlord said, well, look, man, these are the rules, man. You can't go against these rules, right? You go against one of those rules or any of those rules, you get what? Eviction notice. Because the person that was living there before you went against the same rules, and that's why they got put out. So the same thing going to happen with Israel. That's why he said, for all these, the nations are defiled, I cast out before you, and the land is defiled. Therefore, this is how God get down with every nation on the planet from then to now. Okay? He lets you live. And in your living on this land, you defile yourself. He said, and now, after defiling yourself, the land is defiled. When the land becomes defiled, at a certain point in time, he said, therefore, I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. When the land gets filled up with iniquity, that's when God comes and do something. Because of the iniquity that's on the land. Who's doing it? The people. He said, and the land itself vomited out the inhabitants. The land spits up the inhabitants by war. That's how you get rid of them. By disease, by famine. That's how God get rid of them. War, disease, famine, and another one. The weather. The weather. Make storms come and wipe out 600 people. That's because the iniquity of the land reached its fulfillment with God. Now God is compelled to visit because of the level of iniquity in this land here, like Sri Lanka. They're known for high level moon worship. Okay? And they got hit real hard with a tsunami. These are not regular occurrences. So why tsunami ain't hit all over the place? It just hit this one spot. Because the people of that land, their iniquities for generations and generations go climb, until it got to this point. And he said, visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomited out her inhabitants. He said, so he's giving them the science. That's the science of how things go. This land here, you got to live by these commandments I'm giving you. Because the people before you, they did these things. They didn't live these commandments. And the land itself won't get rid of them because I come to visit it. When God comes to visit a nation, it's not good. It's not a friendly visit. He said, when he visited a person for their sins, it's not a pleasant visit. He said, ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, or any stranger that sojourning among you. None of you supposed to do any of these acts. Or the stranger that lives with you. He can't do it either. He's not exempt because he's a stranger. The only ones that are exempt of the Nakri, the alien, that live all the way over there. He said, for all these abominations, now God, he gives you an explanation, man. This is an explanation here. He said, for all these abominations, right, had the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. So this is the reason why I'm telling you to wipe them out. Not because you're a good guy, it's because they did these things before you was even formed. In Abraham's time, he said, no, not yet. The iniquity of the Amorites is not fulfilled yet, right? It's the old nations, man. They were doing this for 400 years later now it's time. So he said, for all these abominations that the men in the land done, which were before you, who was here before you, they did these things. So I don't want you doing it. He said that the land spew not you out. He said, so you don't get vomited out. But it did happen though. It did. After the course of time, the land stopped yielding an increase. And the rain stopped coming. And that brought what? Dearth. famine. After a while, in the Kings, you start hearing about famine a lot. A lot in Israel. Wasn't supposed to have no famines in Israel. But God already blessed them and said, man, I'm giving you a fruitful land. And everything, boom, 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 and everything. But it depended on if they kept his commandments or not. So once they move back off his commandments, everything goes crazy.
When let the land spew not you out also, when you defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that commit them, shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you.
These are customs. These acts were customs. All them sexual lewd acts, those were customs. That's how they got down. That was their religion. That was how they lived their life. This was something that they had to do in order to be in their customary. God said, don't follow that. Matter of fact, you get down there and you kill these people. Deuteronomy 7. That chapter was especially about Canaanites. Okay. Now, everything that we read is over all these abominations have the men done that were before you.
Right.
Right? Then another part he said, have nations done that were before you. So the men of these nations, before you got here, this is how they got down. This is how they got down. But now, the whole world today getting down like that. Okay? So we're in the same boat right now. You can't go kill up the whole world. It ain't just the people now. They had a people, they could have killed them and been good. Now, you have to girdle your own loins amongst the heathen and be right before God. I'm sure.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and had cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier
That's
than
them.
thou.
That's the nations God was just talking about. That's them. You're not talking about nobody else. These immediate nations, because they are in the land, that they're in the way. They're in the way right now. Because God told Abraham he's gonna give his seed this land. But they gotta dispel these guys. And these guys wasn't no pushovers either. Children of Canaanites, they were warriors. The Amorites, Hivites, these people were warrior nations. Some sheep.
And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them.
And when, meaning this is gonna go down. I'm telling you the future. When God leaves them open, smite them. You know what that means? Ain't no hedge around these people. They're not righteous before God. So God ain't gonna be with God. God is with Israel. So there's no protection for them. There's no defense for them in the spirit. Right? There's no protection from them. There's no angel holding that nation down. Because you know there are nations that hold down nations. Angels that they're here to hold down certain nations. We read about that in the book of Daniel. Okay? The prince of Persia stood up. When people read that, they be talking about a king prince. No. They're talking about the angel of Persia stood up to back down the angel that's visible. That happens. So these guys don't have none of that. They don't have that. Israel had it. Remember when the Moses said, behold, I sent an angel forth to you. Right? He said, God, my name is in him. Don't violate, don't do that because he won't kill you. You don't have the mercy I got. He said, do everything, all your commandments, everything will be fine. That was the angel to hold down Israel. So that when other nations come, that's who's fighting. that angel will take away the courage of the other nation we fight. It will take away their wisdom and their knowledge, make them do stupid things, make them mess up. That's the opening. You understand what I'm saying? That's how God fights for you. He take hornets. He said, you know what? We ain't even gonna do that. Hornets, hit them. Hornets come out from nowhere. Nowhere. You know how much hornets it take to destroy an army? It would block out the sun. Y'all gonna get no shit. It would block out the sunlight. God said, I'm gonna send them one. And he did that with these same people. Another time, he let boulders, hot rocks, boulders drop on them. Another time, he sent plagues out. But America, this nation, in the spirit world, got an angel holding them down. What this say, man, that's how we know what the Most High say. Okay? That's why I said the Prince of Persia stood up against the Prince of this land. Because you with them now. Oh, hold on. Nah. Daniel is over here. I can't let these people, and you know who it was? The Greeks. That's when Persia and the Greeks was going at it. It took a long time for the Greeks to beat the Persians. You know when they beat the Persians? Way after Daniel died. Way after the captives of the Hebrews that were left there after they died. There were no Hebrews around when Persia got taken over. There was none. They was already scattered out. God wasn't going to allow that to happen with Daniel here. Because you know what they're going to do? You know what they're going to do? And he served God. Now, just for that one man alone, Prince of Persia stood up, didn't let them touch them. He said, neither shall thou make marriages with them. I always say about this chapter, if they would have listened and utterly destroyed them, there ain't nobody around to marry. You ain't got to worry about that. Right or wrong. Right. But God knew that was going to happen. God knows the past, future, and present, all at the same time. That's why he's God. He knows, oh man, these guys ain't going to listen. When the time comes, God knows these guys ain't going to listen. These guys going to listen, but more than the majority not going to listen. So look, you're going to leave them around, you better not make marriages with them. Okay?
That daughter thou shalt not give unto the son.
Don't give your daughter,
shall I take
because that's who arranged the marriages, man. You don't give your daughter to that Canaanite son, nor his daughter. You don't take to his son. You don't want the woman for your son. You don't want them. If they're going to be around, because I know you ain't going to kill them. He said, but they will turn away. This is the reason why God don't want you to do certain things. And he give you the reason. He said, but they will turn away your son from following me. I said, man, your son ain't going to follow me no more. You still will. But when you married him to that woman, by doing that, weakened him. And now he got kids, and nothing is happening. He ain't on the level he's supposed to be that you trained him to be. He says, right, you can't give him away to these Canaanite women, right? And they will turn away thy son from following me. This is how you're going to turn, that they may serve other gods. That's the turn. You're going to wind up serving other gods. You don't have to actually go in front of it and bow down to it. Allow her to keep doing the things she was doing before she met you. Because she got to change. She can't keep doing the same things. I'm not letting you go to, no, baby girl, I told you, man. I told you it was going to be this way when Thanksgiving came. It's your first one. I don't expect for you to be okay and cool with it. But this is something, how old are you, 27, 30, 31? You've been doing this for 31 years. Joyously, happily. So it's going to take time. Might take another 31. But you got to break it The number one way to break it, you said it today, stay away from it. The festivities and the activities that go along with those days, stay away from it. Stay away from it. You can't even watch a Thanksgiving holiday special. You gotta leave them things alone. The only time they play Charlie Brown is on heathen holidays. I had to cut my cousin a little bit. No, Charlie Brown. But today's Thanksgiving or today's Christmas. That's the only reason why they playing this. Right or wrong. That's the only reason. This is part of the celebration. Yeah, but they not talking about it there, but they only playing on these days. I don't want nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. And I learned all these things growing in Israel because we were born in America. But we had to learn that a lot of days, it's not in this book. We tried to compare it. I heard for years, Hanukkah is the Israelites' Christmas. Right? Right, Hima? I heard that from you. I heard people teach that. Going to them and teach it from when I was 4 years old. They said, yeah, but ours is better because we got 8 days. 8 days, you get presents for 8. And first of all, those days have nothing to do with each other. Hanukkah has been made to be like Christmas amongst Judaism. There are no gifts being given out. No gifts. No gifts. You know what they gave out? Food on that day. It was a celebration. It was a party. That's all. It was a party. For the rededicate, man, we rededicated the altar. Party time. This is what they partied for. They said, but you'll see, they kept it every year. But they kept it for them. They did it. We don't have no altar. Where the altar at? We ain't got to celebrate that. It was kept for them in their era. That's the last vestige of anything they had close to God. After that, after 70 AD, that's it. The Hanukkah out the door. You see? Read the real history of it. All it is the rededication of the burnt offering altar. That's it. And they said they send portions out. Man, people read that. Portions, oh, that's good. But because you never got Christmas out your mind. People, don't you know that thing come with a spirit? Yeah, with the Christmas spirit. All these things have a spirit. But God's commandment in doing it brings about a godly spirit. That's why we have to discommunicate ourselves from the things of the heathen. Because it brings a spirit. And that spirit not going to leave when the day leaves. When the celebration is over, that spirit you had is still in you and on you. And that's what's going to keep you going to do things to get away from God's commandments going on. Everything happens in a real slow pace. Only the wise and the godly can see it right before it happening real fast. But you're not going to see it. Because you're in the zone. It's not meant for you to see it.
But they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly.
You can't get mad at certain people when they don't want. It's oh man, they racist. Some people are not racist. It's the kind of character you guys have that I don't want my children marrying into your kind. You said blacks, you said, yeah, because all blacks do these things that are not good. It's not a racial thing. All whites do these things that are not good. That's certain people that say, no, man, you marry into your own kind. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Right. You have black people that say that. That tell their children, don't go marrying no whites, don't go marrying no Chinese, don't go marrying no Asian, stick to your kind. Everybody says stick to your kind. God told them that. There's nothing wrong with that. And it had nothing to do with color. Stick to your kind at least. Go amongst Israel first before you go out there. He said, man, is not there a daughter amongst your people that you request to marry? That's what Samson's father asked him. He said, why you want that chick over there, man? You want that outsider, man, that was born from outsiders, that was born out of idolatrous houses, that believe in idolatry. Some people, their belief ain't gonna crack out of that, man. You know that, right? A lot of people, man, and I say that because you have people that came, changed their whole life around. And 30 years later, they went back for whatever reason. 30 years ain't no reason, but they're back, man and woman. Not just a woman, men. You have ones born in it. And when you look at them, you wouldn't even think they do this. This is something that has to be kept. It said, but thus shall you deal with them. This is how you deal with them. How you deal with them?
But thus shall you deal with them. Mm-hmm. You shall destroy their altars.
Destroy their altars. Their altars is where what they put their sacrifices on and worship to their deities. Destroy the altars,
And break down their images.
Break down images, their pictures, their statues. Images cover pictures, statues, etches, sketches, outlines. All right?
And cut down their groves. And burn their graven images in fire.
The groves is those trees, bushes. You heard of a Hanukkah bush? That's a grove. That's a grove. A grove ain't nothing but a bush. When the bush get big enough, you can hide behind it, right? That's a grove, because that's what they used to hide behind and eat swine's flesh. Inside the middle of a grove is where they hide the idols. I can't let y'all see Jake. I'm in here fronting. My mind is towards Jake. So I got a little figurine of Jake. Okay? I can't let y'all see it. So I put it in the grove, in the bushes, where people hide the guns, in the bushes, where people stash their money. They dig in bushes, right or wrong. Right or wrong. That's where they did it at. They said, man, destroy their groves, destroy their altars, cut down their groves, burn their graven images with fire. So they had images and graven images. So the images is pictures, the graven images was the ones that was molded and chiseled out. Top sheet.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God.
He said, you got to do this because when you move in there, you can't have these artifacts laying around. That's what makes you a holy people. These things that are abominable and that represent deities cannot be around. Signs and symbols, get rid of them. He said, because you are holy people. These are the things that's going to make you holy. He said, Micah had a house of gods. What you think he had in there? He had idols. He had images. He had pictures. He had signs. And he had symbols. Signs and the symbols stand for the deity, for the God, for the idol. Okay? So when you have these things in your house, you're not holy before him. So I remember when my uncle, man, he found out that the 6-point star ain't got nothing to do with Israel. Don't have nothing to do with God. What he did? Campaign. We went everywhere because we had that. It was written everywhere. It was like our graffiti. Okay? It was even part of our rap logo. Rebels of Authority. But when we found out, man, this is demonic. I said, wow, man. Felt like the people who just came out of Babylon. When you find out that the stuff you've been doing was wrong before God, you really didn't know. Yo, you feel bad, man. It's, wow, man, we've been upholding this demonic thing. It's all on the board. Oh, it wasn't just pictures and posters. We had to get rid of. That star was everywhere. It was in the closets. Right or wrong. It was all in the closets. Man, you had to paint everything over, destroy it. You had to get it out of there, man. Get it out of there. Get it out of there. Get rid of all the pictures. Get rid of all the idols. Get rid of anything that is abominable before God. You get it out your house, right? And now all that's left is abominable acts. As long as you don't perform the act, you good. But the items, you can clear that. Because you're not supposed to have an abomination in your house. If I have a digital scale that don't work right, it's an abomination. I gotta get it out of my house. Because it's putting up readings that are not correct. It's not going to be a just weight and a just balance. I gotta get that out. You gotta go out. That's how detrimental it is. He said, "For the are the holy people unto the Lord your God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee. I picked you. I chose you. When I choose you, that means I had other choices. I picked you, that means I could have picked somebody else. But I chose you to be special people unto himself. So that means everybody else ain't special. Yeah, when you start serving God, yes, brag. That's what we brag on. I brag that. What? No, I don't do that. I don't eat that. Y'all eat that. I don't eat that. My God don't allow me to do this. My God said that that's abominable. And people get mad, and they ain't gonna like you either, because you're gonna be around them. Israelites too. Ain't that something? They ain't gonna like you either, because you're going down the stuff that they doing. And they go, oh, it's right. No, it's not right. No, it's not. There's nowhere in this law that says it's right for you to eat that or do this or do that. God says it's abominable. God says he hates pictures. How about that? What you doing with it? Why are you in possession of something that God say he hates? Let's start thinking like that. God say he hates it. What am I doing with it? God say he hates this act. What am I doing this? What am I doing around it? That's how you got to be on yourself now. Tell you.
And thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eyes shall have no pity upon them. Neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee. If thou shalt say in thine heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? Huh? 18. Thou shalt not. I read 16. I started from 16.
No, you skipped. 8. No, 7. No, we was at 6, 7.
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more few.
God is going to let you know you ain't all that. He didn't set his love upon you. He didn't choose you, okay? Because it was a whole bunch of you. But you were deep. And there's so many of you. I'm going to go with it, but most people go with the deepest. They go with the ones with the numbers, right?
Because you were more number than any people. For ye were the fewest of all people.
See, it wasn't because you was, even though it was millions of you, you're still the fewest.
But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers.
First, he said, because I love you, man. I loved you. I genuinely loved you. People, I'm looking at people and said, man, I love these people, man. He said, look, that was in the past. He said, this is why you where you at, because I loved you. And he's talking about Abraham. He said, because he would keep the oath. I made an oath in which you sworn unto your fathers. Had the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand. I made oaths to your fathers. Your father, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I made oaths and promises to them concerning you. That's why my love is towards you. The love is me getting you out this position, getting you in your land and independent, and giving you these commandments. He said, the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand. You know what that means? I didn't just get you out of slavery. I brought you out wondrously, miraculously, amazing. Wow, amazing how they got, these guys, they had a revolution and they fought hard. And then they nearly killed, but they won. That didn't happen. Not so with the Lord. God made the weather turn on these people. He made lice turn on these people. He made common day things a fraud. You see how they, now all of a sudden there's millions of them. He turned their gods and what their gods represented against these people. You, because of your fathers. You ain't really had nothing to do with this. You just got here. He said, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen. I got you out of slavery. Back then, I'm going to tell you something right now. 99% of the people who were slaves died slaves. You don't get your freedom like that. It's hard to get your freedom. In Rome, in order for you to get your freedom, you have to fight. And fight. And fight. Over a year, 5 years, they said, something like that. A determined amount of time. You gotta go down there and win every time. And then you become a free person. So on a ratio, a scale of 1 to 10, 1. Every generation we get out of slavery. Okay? Nobody really got out of slavery like that. Or a whole nation to get out. That was extraordinary, man. Everything that God did for these people was a miracle. It was a wondrous thing. It's something to testify. You know, like what God did for me or what God did for you. This is something God has given them to testify, and this is their strength. They said, nah, man, we got out in an amazing fashion. Those 10 plagues. They didn't just get out by fighting. God was with them and that's it. Nah. Everything God do is a statement. You understand that? He do it for a statement. He made Abraham and Sarah have a child in their old stricken age. That's a statement. When God is with you, normal things, which what we call science and how things work, ain't gonna work that way. Because God is into the play. He said, know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God. Get this in your head that God here, he's the one. He is God, meaning there is no other. The faithful God, he's faithful. He's faithful. God is faithful. Faithful to who? The ones who are faithful to him. Ain't nobody above God. So he only going, if being faithful means holding you down, man, being on your side at all times. That's faithfulness. Being on your side at all times and worthy of trust to carry this out on your side at all times. So he said, Moses is the most faithful in all my house. Out of everybody, hey, look, this guy do that, this guy think that, but not Moses. But whatever he think out his head is towards God. Oh, well, I don't know. Oh, man, you see what he did? Well, look, I don't know, man. For me to do this or act like you, I'm not going to be faithful towards God. So I got to stay faithful. I'm going to hold my integrity. He said,
which keep the covenant and mercy with
keep
him
the
that love
covenant.
him. Keep his commandment to 1,000 generations.
He keeps deals. Covenant is a deal. He keeps the deals. And he keeps the mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. Those are the ones who gets his mercy. This is how you show God you love him. By keeping his commandments. That's it. You don't have to do anything special, man. You don't have to flip off a cliff or a mountain and land on your feet. All you got to do, look, you don't have to be better than nobody else. Forget everybody else. We're too caught up on this person and that person and these people. That is the problem. That was their problem. They were caught up on the surrounding people and said, man, give us a king like them. We want to be like them. We wanted why? Because you know why? Because they wanted to be recognized. But God told them a long time ago, You shall not be recognized among the nations. That's why there is no nation of Israel sitting in the United Nations. There's nobody that does these commandments will be sitting in there. That time is gone. That time is gone. He said, know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repayeth them that hate him to their face. You hate God by not keeping his commandments. You love God by keeping his commandments. That's it. You love God by keeping his commandments. When you don't keep it, you hate him. So when you hate him, he said he's going to repay you to your face. That means he got something for you to pay you back with, for hating him. So, wow, okay. He said, and to destroy them. The payback is going to be right in front of your face. You know what that means? You know why this is happening. When they come to you, you're going to know. He said, man, this is happening because did this, did that. I was like this, I was this. You're going to know where it's coming from. Repay it to you straight to your face. You know what that means? It ain't going to come hidden. You ain't going to have to sit and figure it out. You got to have to do that with somebody else. But when it happened to you, you know where it come from. Okay? They said, man, once they see it was getting flack from the guy, they didn't know it was Joseph. They said, man, things ain't going our way. We getting framed. Stuff is in our bag we didn't put in our bag. We're getting accused of stealing it. We didn't steal. And we did something. And one brother said, man, this, see? He said, yo, man, this is happening because of years ago what we did to the bag. And then Reuben said, I told you, man. I told y'all, but y'all ain't listen, man. Now we jammed. Now we jammed up. There's always one brother. It don't have to be the oldest all the time, or the youngest all the time. You know, there's going to be one that's going to speak wisdom and say, hey, no, we shouldn't do that. Let's not handle that situation like that. It's going to get ugly. Let's not do it like that. Listen to him. Listen to him. Because you're going to pay for it later. And when you pay for it, you're going to sit there. Certain things happen. Your sin calls to remembrance. You go, oh, this happened because I did this. Or because of this. And look, you are correct. Because your spirit knows its sins. That's why God said, I'm going to repay you to your face. Meaning, when I do it to you, and I'm going to put it right in your face, you're going to know why and where it's coming from. He said, he will not be slack to him that hated him. No mercy. You're not getting no opportunities. Slack means give him a little slack. Give him a little rope. You ain't going to get no rope. He said, he will not be slack to him that hated him. He will repay him to his face. He said, thou shalt therefore keep the commandments. Therefore, if you don't want to go through these things, keep the commandments and the statutes, the judgments, which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore,
it shall come to pass.
It shall come to pass. See now, he said, in time, God is showing you how this. He said, do these commandments and these judgments. He said, and it shall come to pass. He said, and in time now, you're going to see the fruits of your labor. He said, if you hearken to these judgments,
if you hearken to these judgments and keep and do them, the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he swore unto your fathers.
The same thing Abraham got from God, you're going to get it. Everything that God promised Abraham, you're going to get it. The mercy that Abraham got, you're going to get it. Like somebody snatching your wife or kidnapping her. And the Most High come in the guy's dream, and the kidnapper's dream, and tell the kidnapper, let this man's woman go. And they say, your wife come home. He said, man, He said, baby, I don't know. Grabbed me up, he had me, looked like he was about to rape me or kill me. It was, all of a sudden, he just untied me and told me, leave, go home. God does things like that. You hear about that happening today? You know anybody? No. Snatch your woman. Just snatch her and take her to his crib. God came in that man's dream. He said, man, you but a dead man. You know what kind of drama he went up? God told him, you are a dead man. I'm going to kill you if you don't give him back his wife. He said, yo, man, listen, man, why you ain't tell me she was married to her? Why you said he was fronting though? Because that's what they do. They kill the husband and take the wife. They knew he was married. They knew that. They knew that. But that's what they did back then. That's how they got down in Canaan land. He said, he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb. He's going to bless your children. He said, in the fruit of thy land, thy corn, thy wine, thy oil, and the increase of thy kind, the flocks of thy sheep, in the land which he sware to thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. Do you hear this, man? Thou shalt be blessed above all people. Does it look like we're blessed above all people today? No. Let's keep it above. Before they got kicked out the land, the blessing left. The blessing left because the fruit of the womb wasn't blessed. Their fruit of the womb got cursed. Their children got put under fire and the momo and all that. He said the fruit of the land, ain't no fruit of the land came up after a while. Dirt. The earth ain't giving up nothing. And the enemies came and took the flocks away. So the blessing been gone. He said, thou shalt be blessed above all people. Thou there shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your cattle. Not even your animals and your pets. They gonna all conceive and correctly and come out. Babies gonna come out healthy. He said, and the Lord will take away from thee all sickness. All sicknesses, all diseases, all plagues come from the Lord. This is why those people didn't die of cancer. This is why they didn't have diabetes. This is why they didn't develop diseases. When they did have a disease, it was personal. It was from the Lord. It wasn't because of their diet. It wasn't because of their lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't because they lived next to a nuclear plant. These things didn't go down. The Lord will take away from thee all sickness and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knowest, upon thee. He said, you know about these evil diseases, man, because they was on Egypt. Besides the 10 plagues, Egypt was hit with a lot of diseases. Yeah. It was hit with a lot of plagues, a lot of diseases before those 10 plagues. He said, but will lay them upon all them that hate thee, and thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eyes shall have no pity upon them. Neither shalt thou serve their gods, but that will be a snare unto thee. That's going to be a trap wall. You're going to feel sorry for them. You're going to leave them alive. Then you're going to follow them following their gods. That's what happened. He told them to kill them. They left them alive. If thou shalt say in thine heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? He said, and if you have any doubt in your mind and you say in your head, man, they too deep, it's more than us. How are we going to be able to dispossess me? Take what belongs to them. I dispossess you of your car. Right? It's a repo, like the repo man. You repossess. So I'm taking it from you. Verse 25. The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein. For it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Neither, see, that's another abomination. Okay? You don't desire the gold and the silver, and that is, they adorn deities with jewelry. And, you know, so like me, I love jewelry. I love diamonds. I like that. I like that stuff. I like diamonds. I like how it shine. I like the shimmer, right? But I can't pay attention to that diamond that's on that item. That gotta look like feces to me. I can't pay attention to it. I can't admire it. If I admire it, I worship it. It said, neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it, but thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
You got what was brought earlier today by Chief Shaman and myself. We will reside this next week, same time.